not managing to start preventing. Goes for the early 70s. That's interesting. The 70s Mythic obviously gives you 7 unique spells, but it also only goes as many as you have space for in your hand, so only grabs 5 there, I believe.
A major gem advantage now.
Yeah, Frostbite, Resurgence, Hell's Hammer, and Opulence. And obviously all those spells having a 1 rainbow cost. So, yeah, definitely the 7DS Mythic providing huge card advantage. Even some players running it just as using these cards as cards to stake as well. Because obviously you'd much rather stake, you know, a 1 cost spell than maybe some of the more powerful cards in your deck, especially if you are running like combo pieces, which it looks like we could possibly be. It's got the
It looks
nifty...
like he also played the gem creation card. That's the only one that's been played so far.
Yeah, two gems out of that. So yeah, definitely could be trying to rush into an early like Chad Rainey potentially. Ollie running what looks like just a slightly more aggressive version of a 4-color control.
Yep, Werewolf can be staked to give your minions +1 power, I believe, so yeah, definitely looks to be on the more aggressive side. George is more late again. And the crypto ban to clear the board.
Nice easy 2-for-1 there.
Yeah, I think George is in a pretty strong position here with that major gem advantage from 7DS.
Always have to be careful though, because there's a lot of potential mechanics that can allow Ollie to come back very quickly. Obviously Lost Chastity combo being one of them. He's got the potential colors there. Red, yellow is what you sort of need for that if you're using it as like an airdrop combo.
Ollie
And
with the 7DS. He didn't have as much hand space though, so I think he's only generated a few cards, like 4 maybe there, instead of the maximum number that you can get is obviously 7.
Goes for the Eyes of Sin, so gaining 2 gems again. So basically just using that to... May not have got as much advantage from the original spell, but sort of wanted to catch up. Didn't want to let George have such a lead in terms of gems on the board. And again, stakes out the Hell's Hammer. So using that as a more of a staking card.
Whittling away at the Ollie's HP.
Yeah, we're not seeing any sign of the Lost Chastity combo yet, but I mean, with this sort of board state, like, if Ollie doesn't have an answer to the Elon, this is actually a pretty dangerous board for Ollie in general.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if George had Lost Chastity in hand, he could crypto ban to take Ollie to 18, and then he's already got the airdrop. He could just 1-turn kill from there, right?
He's very close to having, potentially having critical.
The freeze from the water elemental, at least stopping 10 damage coming in.
Flame Salamander gets around that.
Unfreezing. Yeah. Brutal. Down to 12 HP already. Follow up. Yeah, it's a good tech card to have versus blue. If you can stake a Flame Salamander at a time your opponent doesn't expect it, it can turn around the game for you very easily.
And obviously there's one more card coming in formations, our next set dropping in November. which is like a nice anti-tech or anti-freeze, I guess, tech card. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects the meta there as well. Blue obviously getting a lot of interesting tools in formations as well, giving it some very interesting late game pieces where it may not be as reliant on freeze. So yeah, definitely we may even I don't know, we might reveal some of the new formation cards later on during today's stream. But yeah, a lot of went for the RNG there but missed it. If he doesn't have an answer, this is game.
Yeah.
And that Manticore may have been the attempt.
I mean, that's 25% chance to get you out of it. That if you're relying on that, you're pretty much, yeah, Hail Marying already.
That's all the red gems used as well.
Let's freeze. No flame salamander. Oh, he staked.
Oh, he got the hurt.
There you go.
So obviously with the 70S Mythic, there's 7 different options, and they are randomly added to your hand, so can't always tell which one you can get there. Could be digging for another crypto ban.
Yeah, that'd do it. Just Lust on her own would do it at this point.
AlCaTrAzz not quite there, doesn't have overkill.
Yeah, he does not have lethal, but he's got the noose around Ollie's neck at this point.
Although, being on 21 health, keep in mind a full Lust Chastity combo can do 19. With 2 minions on the board. Again, this is actually a very close game depending on what's in Ollie's hand. There's no real way of giving overkill there at the moment.
Fair enough. Not a bad play.
Obviously Flame Salamander having the overkill, so even if Ollie's able to put up Guardian minions, potentially can push through a little bit of extra damage there as well. As we mentioned, obviously the stream running on a 30-minute delay, so players can't see what's happening.
Frost and Flame. Just trading freezes and flame salamanders. So if Lord had another flame salamander in hand, he could stake it, unfreeze, and swing for the win. He does not. He's got the stake draw, so he could still draw lethal. No.
That moves up there. Cronier doesn't have overkill.
A lot of options here, but none of them result in game 1 win, so...
Yeah.
Players.
I think you would want to just AlCaTrAzz here, just that little bit of lifesteal.
You run it into the flame salamander, it removes a pretty major threat, sets up at the end.
Wrath potentially also does that, but also leaves yourself without a board. We did actually see Ollie stake a water elemental, so interestingly not feeling like he needs that extra freeze to sort of control the board.
The water elementals lose a lot of value when you see flame salamanders.
There's Wrath, so we're killing the board, and Helldozer are all. Helldozer having Shockwave. So kind of like a cleave mechanic, when it attacks into something it also damages the minions on the left and right. So
he's really not wanting to play the Chad. I mean, we've seen this a lot of times throughout the meta where whoever plays the mythic minion second gets a commanding lead and often wins. So yeah, sometimes it pays to be really greedy with that mythic minion, but we'll see how it works out.
One of the analogies I saw during the World Championship is thinking of like a AlCaTrAzz or a Quantum Rug, like those mythic minions you can have only one of in a deck. Very much like a queen in a game of chess, where if left unanswered, can completely run the game, but quite a lot of the time they just end up sort of countering and answering each other.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes you'll have one player who's forced to play their mythic minion just to get out of the fight. The opponent is holding them in hand, they can just kill them efficiently and then kind of press for the win. Only catching up.
Okay, there's the Chastity. So I reckon, yeah, George is running the Lost Chastity combo in this deck. He's going to dig, I think, for the Lost. With the airdrop in hand, he's got the combo pieces.
Does not hit it.
So, while it's a powerful combo, building a whole deck around that one particular combo can be a bit risky there as well.
Obviously, Lost being the legendary, the hardest one to find, one of per deck. So it was like, what, a 1 in 20 chance of hitting there?
Yeah, how many cards are left in the deck? 15, so 1 in 16 chance, but yeah, obviously not great odds.
Forced to take
So Chattering here obviously do a little bit to help stabilize the board state, but yeah, still definitely not in a great spot. And depending on the answer that Ollie has for that, or potentially if he has an answer for Chad Rainey. Otherwise,
yeah, he may not have drawn his, whether it's Chad or Rug, he may not have drawn it yet.
Yeah.
You wouldn't necessarily even want to play a Rug here. You would if you had to.
Yeah. You always end up with a small rogue, but it also means you're not giving away another potential 10 points of lifesteal through the Chad Rainey as well.
Good counter, but it will heal back to a nice healthy 26. What's the minion swing going to be?
I guess now the question is as well, does Ollie potentially have the combo with Lost Chastity? It's got the right colors for it. 18's a very nice number to have your opponent on.
He's almost got lethal, doesn't he? Because Kampai Pandas, if you choose the single version, it's got overkill and pumped, right?
Yeah, so
Chastity, it's only got 1 HP.
Yeah, you can get 4 damage through.
Yeah, ooh, and the Manticore could get the 2. It's very unlikely.
It's got a, oh, it wouldn't have enough red gem. No, it'd be just short. It would be just short.
Oh,
that's lethal. That's game 1.
Of course, the nifty. Duplicate the pumped overkill panda. Well played, George.
Oh, who designed that card? Way too strong. So obviously now, Ollie has a choice of either of his 2 decks. George does need to use his second deck.
Which is pink, orange, at least 4 colors, because we've got the Aurora in there. Likely to be a control deck with the first 3 cards, but then the Aurora suggests more aggressive.
And we've seen Aurora still in control decks, because at the end of the day, having just bigger minions is never really a bad thing. And obviously with the deck building restrictions where you have to have different mythics in both of your decks, generally will mean that we'll see, I mean, here we saw the 7DS, and we saw Aurora.
So no Rainbow Lotus in Saruman's deck list. Looks like Ollie is running it back with the same deck.
guess it makes sense, Ollie not wanting to show the second deck too early, or maybe just feels this is the stronger deck of the two. Very controlled, heavy deck that looks like George is running there.
It's the Snow Leopard
It's the
stake.
50-50.
Yep.
George not having great answers.
Yeah. Weakens the incendiary.
Still going to leave the dwarf sitting very comfortable on the board. And really very little follow-up even after that.
Holy 7 deadly.
We'll stake one of the 7DS cards to probably play one of them.
Let's see which ones he got. He had a fairly empty hand, I believe. So he might have got like almost the right? Stake the hammer. Played the opposite. Yeah. Gem advantage this early in the game. Just compound so much.
Yeah, when we launched 7DS, the Mythic wasn't seeing a lot of play. Players didn't really understand just the pure card advantage that something like this is able to generate. Having able to vote stake cards, having it just giving you a variety of different power-ups across the board, makes it very interesting. This is a really awkward turn here. I don't think George wants to energy blast the dwarf, but
I mean, he's still got the stake draw. See if he draws something a bit more efficient.
oh, looks like we're energy blasting. He definitely has a very solid board from this point forward, being able to like Titan into Rugzilla. Puts up a very strong wall there.
Ollie stakes the hurt, seeing orange and probably assuming a lot of bigger minions are not going to be as useful. But, if George was playing a white place. Elon's probably smiling face. George counters with his pink champion. It's a good play given the force field. It would be able to kill the air elemental of Ollie and still survive.
Does Ollie just swing face here maybe? Force George to make the less than ideal trades.
Depends what he's got in his hand. If he doesn't have anything to combo. Doing everything he can to maintain board control, dictate the trades as favorably as possible for him.
Obviously, knowing what's in George's hand, we know we're going to see some Titans start to get dropped, or maybe, maybe the Sandra. Interesting choice between the two. Titan obviously not quite as big on stats, but having banish proof, and we know Ollie has banish cards in hand, could potentially be pretty strong.
I think the Titan just gets one hit by the pink champion, doesn't it? If you play it naked, because it powers up based on other Guardian minions, whereas Sand Elemental gets a little bit of a buff from itself being an elemental.
Yeah, it would need to obviously light infusion, but maybe holding onto that for something else.
Yeah. Yeah, this seems like a good play.
Although that, unfortunately, is the downside.
So I mean, this does open the combo potential next turn. George can play Sand Elemental into like Rugzilla, I guess, or if he played the Titan, then the Titan would gain more HP from the Sand Elemental being on the board with Guardian. Yeah. But
I mean, time travel.
Yeah, definitely.
That feels
good timing in that draw.
Very strong there. Full market as well to potentially replace the season.
One of these is gonna die.
Yep.
Yep.
So obviously maximum of 10 cards in hand, but anything gets bounced or banished back if you don't have enough spots for it will be destroyed.
That's a nice turnaround actually. Trouble for the win. And a burn. Yeah, that's like the hidden benefit of time travel. It's not just the tempo gain of sending all the minions back to your opponent's hand. It's forcing some of them to be destroyed with a full hand and then losing the next draw.
So yeah, very solid defensive hand for George here.
Elemental pink champion at the moment. Obviously, with George having won game 1 with his red deck, he cannot play Flame Salamanders in this deck. So there's no more tech card options to get out of that freeze at the moment.
Obviously pink opening up liquidates is very, very strong. Good time to use it earlier in the game when Ollie still has relatively full health.
Did you play the Aurora here, the Rugzilla, or what?
Apparently you play the Aurora. The risk here is basically, you're getting long-term benefit, but you're also sort of seeing a turn. Throws the force field there, protection.
Ooh, that's risky. Could just get banished.
Pops out the seasons is probably the right play. Don't want to give Ollie too much easy access to overkill. Yeah, Lost Chastity would be game if Ollie has it. Although only 3 red gems are still a bit short for Lost. So can actually drop that this turn. So we're going to see a lot of damage swinging. An Elon would be enough. There's the Elon.
There it is. We got title. 1 game all.
So that's going to put us through to game number 3.
Shall we watch this one from Ollie's perspective?
Yeah, I was thinking that. I'll switch him over when we're good to go. So obviously this will be the 2 decks that haven't won, so we will see a new deck from Ollie. And obviously we'll see George's control deck once again. So watching now from Ollie's perspective. Potentially a similar deck to George's second deck there as well. Obviously with a lot of players playing against each other. Might have a spectator bug there. players playing against each other throughout the World Championships, we've seen a lot of decks being used sort of evolving over the tournaments, and we are seeing where it looks like a lot of players have sort of settled on what they feel are the meta decks.
Which will all be shaken up soon with formations, but yeah, cool to do such a big event to round out the couple of years journey of building this game. I mean, we did have a bit of a shake-up with the 7DS launch at the start of this year, and then we've had various promo cards throughout. But yeah, it's really cool to see that every event we've run, we've noticed some new highly competitive decks being featured in the finals. Ollie playing, yeah, orange purple is what they mentioned.
But yeah, definitely be interesting to see how formations does shake up the meta, and then obviously with other sets, you know, dropping on a regular cadence from that point forward, we'll see that sort of evolving meta game that obviously can create a lot of interest and excitement for players. And thankfully, because we are running an eternal format for all of our like ranked games and tournaments, stuff like that, cards that you've collected never become invalid, never become out of date. As we've said, you know, the whole way through, we hope that potentially the decks that you run in the 2023 World Championships, you could potentially play in the 2033 World Championships as well. But yeah, there'll obviously be new decks, new strategies, so we'll see how that all shakes out over the next, you know, years of running tournaments and events for RT-LOL. It will be to see if either of these two decks, because we're seeing similar decks here between the two. It'll be interesting to see if either of these sort of style of, you know, 4-color, control-y, late game combo-y sort of decks survive, or are still at like the, I guess, S tier post formations. Or if some of the new decks and new strategies might take their place at the King of the Hill.
It's probably going to be a combination of both, right? We'll get some of the old meta decks that will evolve and become more powerful. Some of them will become obsolete, and some brand new ones will come in.
Yeah, I mean, even, you know, just over the time that we're in alpha and beta, and obviously, you know, as we launched this earlier this year at the Epic Game Store, we've seen a variety of decks sort of rise to the top, and then some of them potentially dropping back down as players evolve and learn how to deal with them. We had that early recursive reality deck that was very, very powerful. We had that that brief period of Phoenix Lambo decks that were very, very strong. Elementals are always going to be present in the meta. We've seen some elementals in these decks here, but we did also see in earlier tournaments that we ran, like around the start of this year, the actual just full elemental combo style decks. See them back up to formations maybe.
With some of the cards that are getting revealed very soon, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, we've seen in this particular matchup just how powerful the 7DS Mythic can be, both in terms of card advantage, tempo, and just overall power. So yeah, maybe there'll be a card revealed later on today on stream that might make people dust off the old fire elementals.
Just to make sure we have people getting the chance to see that when it happens. Has the stream been published? I think it's been more than half an hour, right? But I'm looking on the YouTube.
Yeah, I think the stream's been live for about 5 minutes.
Doesn't seem to be. Just want to have a quick look at the YouTube link. It still says what Studios, yeah.
Let's check it out.
That. I'll get back to the game. So we have fairly even game actually. We've got the board control would go to George, but the initiative goes to Ollie.
Oh, there we go. It should be live now. Or in the next few seconds.
Yep. Nice one. Alright, let's tweet in posts. I might do that if you want to commentate. Or you want to...
Yep. Yeah, sorry, it's game. Yep, it's live with game one. Just want to make sure that it had the delay there.
Alright, cool.
It looks like it may not have gone live at the very start, so we might have missed a few minutes at the start.
Yeah. We've tweeted, we posted video announcements. Let's get back to the...
Yeah, stream's up and looks all good.
Okay, so we're getting towards the late game with both players relatively healthy. Bit of a change of pace from the last couple. Zeal, another very popular card from the 7 Deadly Sins drop.
I'm getting flashbacks to the $10,000 Avalanche Invitational brand, where the finals were very much a control-on-control matchup here, with similar sort of decks.
Yeah, but fortunately we've seen a lot of variance throughout this match alone. Some more aggressive, some controls, some mid-range, a lot more diversity and faster pace.
Yeah, players definitely seeming to realize that even when you are running that sort of control-oriented deck, getting that early damage in can make a big difference.
Combos there. George has a pretty commanding lead on the board. Although Ollie does have a few cards that can help clear some of those minions. Regulate doing 2 damage to all enemies and reducing their power by 1. Zeal dealing damage randomly split across enemy minions based on how many gems you have. Energy Blast just doing a straight 6 to a minion. Chad doing up to 10 pumped, which actually wouldn't be quite enough to kill the Titan at this point now that it's received so many HP buffs. Let's see what Ollie decides to go with. Probably stage first, always good to get maximum information before deciding what to do. Purple champion can, yeah.
There's a banish. Could purple champ and
Really
Zeal potentially.
Forward state and energy blasting.
Yeah, trying to deal with George's board there without giving up too much card advantage. It's always the challenge in these sort of matchups. Probably worth noting as well that if we do go into that really late game attrition sort of matchup, obviously George, having drawn 3 more cards so far, could come into play. Obviously Ollie with Hydra, so yeah, generally speaking when you're running a Hydra, the attrition matchup never really sort of comes into play.
Unless the opponent is running chubby aliens, which kind of counters Hydra.
Yeah. Neither player being in the right color for that, unfortunately. Having said that, knowing what's coming out in formation, will we see more chubby decks?
Satoshi Nakamoto. And then George deciding to play 3 recharge cards without playing anything with them. That's definitely the sign of a more experienced player. We see a lot of players new to the game playing Satoshi, which fills your hand with orange recharge cards and then missing their next draw, or in this case it could be vulnerable to a time travel, just having your minions on the board be killed. So freeing up that hand space really important, even if you're not using the recharged gems. Regulate from Ollie.
That's 12.
Okay. Like I said, your elementary school math wouldn't pay off. Nicely cleared by Ollie.
Gotta be honest, when we were testing that card out, there was at least one occasion where I messed up the math by 1. Challenge for Ollie here as well. When do you want to start adding Hydras back into your deck? Obviously there's still plenty of other cards to be drawing. Especially at this stage of the game, you don't want to have any dead draws. So yeah, probably will sit on the Hydra for quite a bit. Defender probably not going to be doing much. We're probably going to see that get staked at some point. Mastodon's not a bad play here.
Yeah, buffs the rogue dealer by 2 HP. Can get more powerful as your opponent plays minions. Definitely the sort of meta you'd expect with orange versus orange. Orange's archetype is very just play a lot of big minions with money and sit back and kind of play the long game. And there's George's Zeal. So Zeal being a legendary, that means that we will not see any more for this match. With both players having played one.
There's a Nakamoto, which is nice.
We've seen a lot of similarity across both players. I wonder whether George is running a Hydra as well.
Potentially, yeah. The biggest advantages of a card like Satoshi Nakamoto is filling your hand with recharge gems. Although we'll see if George remembers, sorry, Ollie remembers to play one, just to not have 10 cards in hand going into the next turn.
Got enough to actually play another card, so I think he's going to do that. That's all the turn.
Being able to stake recharge cards, very, very powerful. If you're not staking other playable cards.
George a permanent advantage for the rest of the game.
Liquidate takes out the 10 men. Comfortably able to trade in thanks to Aurora. Even with the Chad Raini in Ollie's hand, not a great spot to be in just here. Although
George doesn't have many cards in hand. You could Chad one of these two and then he's done that because he didn't want to waste the. What you can do is replace a depleted gem with a new charge gem by staking. So yeah, a bit of a trade-off between whether you want all the information up front or whether you want to maximize and effectively get 13 gems by staking off the playing time. Mastodon allows it to trade efficiently. Nice.
Uses the Lorem Ipsum to create like a mini Chad Raini effect.
Yeah, I gotta say I like Ollie's position slightly more here, although George does have the Aurora, which says, yeah, snowball effects as the game progresses. Ooh, this is gonna let him...
-1 power gives him a better trade there as well.
Go swing.
It's gotta be the Chad Raini here, right?
Yeah, I would stake an orange recharge first.
Look for the draw.
I don't think you're gonna need the full 13. Prefer the full information.
Changes his mind. Only 4 cards left. Really don't think you'll be coming at this point in the matchup. Although again with Hydra, maybe you don't.
The Hydra, yeah, why not?
Envy the Titan is pretty strong. Just goes for the Rainy Gon.
Pressure's on George, definitely. He needs some
Envy having the potential to be huge here. We haven't seen. Did George have Chad in this deck or the other deck? I think it was in the first deck.
He had it in the first deck, yeah, so it has to be a rug. There we go, he's in top deck mode. Unlike other card games, at least in RT-LOL, you can see 2 cards a turn in top deck mode by staking the first one if you don't like it, but yeah, definitely not a position you want to be in.
Shout out obviously to the card game that I saw at PAX Australia that copied that mechanic quite nicely. Won't drop any names, but yeah, being able to draw 2 cards a turn definitely spices up the game compared to other things. So both players now with the Aurora on the board, evens the advantage. George being well aware of the chance of that. Ooh, he's going. Is he racing? Leaves the Hydra on board.
Might want to suicide the Hydra now to.
It's a big chat thanks to the Aurora.
Yeah, takes a commanding lead.
There's the rogue, we've got the Envy in hand. I think we're going to see George dropping to the loser here.
Yeah.
So Envy, obviously very interesting card, allows you to put 2 copies of an opponent's minion into your hand. Depending on the colors, depending on the matchup, it ranges from game winning, like we're about to see here, to a completely dead card. Although obviously the benefit is the WoW emote from George. Obviously, probably you can just take the Hydra here, right? Or just... I would have probably hung on to both ropes there personally, but to be fair, there's a reason why these guys are playing in the World Championship Finals and I'm not, so...
Yeah. In top deck mode, this late game, you probably don't need 2 rogues.
Griffin, solid early game drop, not quite as effective here. Ollie would probably want to just hang on to the other Hydra in hand. I suppose 2 more in deck, that's fine. You just rug here, yeah.
Yeah.
He'll stay at 10-10 thanks to Aurora. Last card from George. Liquidate.
Liquidate.
That's not gonna do it.
Yeah, he didn't have the Hydra. Interesting. So the Hydra, obviously making you effectively immune to exhaustion correctly. Coming in handy here, but I wouldn't say being the defining. I wouldn't say the envy of the game winner. Very close match to spectate the first one of the streams. So well played to both George and Ollie. Thanks for the entertaining match.
So we'll obviously see Ollie advancing through to round 3 in the winners bracket, and George coming down in the losers bracket. Obviously, thanks to the best of 3 format. Sorry, the double elimination format, I should say. Both players able to continue, and potentially might still see each other later in the tournament as well.
Yeah, we have had instances where someone goes down to the losers bracket and just goes on a winning streak, takes out the whole tournament. So George is not out yet, but big congratulations to Ollie, well deserved win there.
Alright.
Shall we review how the brackets are progressing? Looks like Ollie will be playing TGS. TGS beat Hun, Alex, Slech, and has made it to round 3 in the winners bracket.
Yeah, I can bring up the
Who else have we had progress and get knocked out? Cryptic Witcher had a bye and then won his first match. So he's in the quarterfinals. We have Infernix, Noblesse, and Exi.
So there's our brackets there on the screen. So we'll find out who is about to start the next match.
Oh, scroll down. Check out the bottom right there. Q Pioneer and George.
Oof. Battle of the Brothers.
There you go. Both taking the L in their first match, and now one of them getting eliminated.
Yep. The Blue Mint admins are just organising who will be our next spectated match. What do you reckon? Do we want to reveal any formation cards now, or do it after the next match?
How long is it going to be until we get into a quarterfinal? What are we looking at? TGS and Oli have just matched up. Noblesse and Xe. Are they already in their game? Let's just see how things are progressing. Huh? Okay, so they've probably already started. I can see in Discord 4 or 5 minutes ago that they were jumping in, so we might want to wait for, rather than just following Oli everywhere, Infernix or Cryptic Witcher.
Yeah, potentially we'll have Cryptic Witcher against either JG or Huncho next up.
Yeah. Well then, if you want to reveal a card, Marty, I will leave that to your discretion. Happy to do so.
Yeah, I mean we mentioned in Telegram that we might reveal some cards today. And given that this is the World Championship, given the fact that Formations is less than a month away, yeah, probably feels right to drop the Formations Mythics, I think. I guess, how do we do like a little drum roll on stream? I probably need to have some sound effects ready to go next time.
That work?
That worked, yeah. So, Formations being a large set, similar to Genesis or Tempest, we'll have 2 Mythics, and these are your Mythics for Formations. The interesting thing is, obviously, we still have the 30-minute delay on stream. We won't see everyone's reactions to these cards for 30 minutes, which would be interesting. But yeah, so Stacey Raini is the Mythic.
Some
minion?
observant. Sorry, I just said some lag. Go ahead.
Oh, go for it.
I was just gonna say, observant people will notice that we had revealed a Stacey Rainey card, which I think was used in some promotions recently. Our incredible card artists have worked away at yeah, improving that to what you see today.
Yeah, so slightly different art. Obviously, you know, we try to reveal things for our community as early as we can. But the risk of doing that, obviously, is that we do change some things throughout the development and design process. I guess this should also be said with the caveat that both of these cards, and same as all the other cards we've revealed for Formation so far, could potentially change between now and launch. But again, we try to balance out revealing cards and keeping the excitement for new sets, but also allowing our design and development teams to have the space to make any changes they need for whatever reason they may need to do so. But yeah, so Stacey Raini is your mythic minion for formations, and Elemental Mastery will be your mythic spell. Definitely an interesting card to look at, given that the matchup we just saw, where the 7DS spell mythic featured quite prominently, as well as Aurora, I guess, in that final match. So, will we see Elemental Mastery replacing either of those cards in best of threes? Or potentially, will this see the resurgence, as we hinted to earlier? Will this lead to the resurgence of Elementals potentially being a force in competitive play?
It's kind of a tease to reveal the mythics, but then not reveal what the mastery of the elements is, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're in games, or they're in our version of the game, so we can definitely talk about what they are. The masteries are similar to the spells that you get from the 7DS Mythic, as in there are 7 of them. They cost 1 rainbow gem each. The difference with these is they basically give you the abilities in a spell form that the current 7 elementals from earlier sets have. So the red elemental mastery is basically fire elemental's ability. The blue is water elemental's ability, and so on. So very, very interesting card. Obviously, because all of those spells are dependent on the number of elementals you have in play, it's definitely not a spell you would just run by itself. You would definitely more design a deck around it. We did obviously see some elementals being played in that earlier matchup, but you'd probably want to have a few more in there. Plus, obviously, with the cost, so the cost of the card is reduced for each different color elemental that you play that game. So the more different elementals you're able to drop before playing this, obviously the cheaper it becomes, and the more powerful it becomes, depending on your board state. And that obviously
You actually can't play it without playing an elemental as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's no 8th color being introduced to the game just yet. So yeah, you need to play at least 1 elemental to make it playable. Theoretically, if you play all 7, then you get a 1-cost mythic spell, which is kind of powerful. It sort of ties back into the overall theme of formations, where board position definitely matters. What you play on the board, when you play it on the board, as we're seeing in this top level play, as I'm sure we'll see throughout today as well. Players not necessarily just dropping things as quick as they can, being very methodical and thinking through the best time to expand your board state, or deal with your opponent's board. And yeah, Elemental Mastery being an extension of that, which we'll definitely see more of in formations as well. And then, yeah, Stacey Raini, very similar, I guess, to Chad Raini, which we've obviously seen what we saw in the previous matchup, and we'll see, I'm sure, plenty more popping up throughout the rest of this tournament. The interesting thing here is that little line there at the bottom there, where Stacey Raini is an NPC. Should we tell players what that does?
I think we should.
Yeah. So, in some ways, Stacey Raini is a cheaper Chad Raini, but Stacey Raini is quite independent. She does what she wants, and as an NPC card, this is the first of potentially other NPC cards we may see in future sets. This card actually acts by itself. You can't directly control what the card does. It thinks for itself and will do what it wants, basically. So it may decide to attack, it may decide not to attack, it may decide to attack face. Basically, you're getting a very, very powerful minion at a pretty decent price there as well, but with a bit of a random element in terms of what the minion will actually do when it's on the board. So in testing, it's been quite interesting seeing players sort of try to manipulate board states to get the most out of it when they do drop this card. Obviously, having pumped means it will potentially do something as it gets played. But yeah, definitely create some very interesting situations where, depending on the board you have, depending on the board your opponent has specifically, obviously the card can have a very different impact on the actual game. So yeah, definitely very keen to see players crack these in packs next month. Obviously there'll be both soulbound and collectible versions of both of these cards available. The collectible versions will be limited to 100 of each, so won't be as many of them out there. And yeah, we'll definitely see how players go with using these in existing decks, and obviously building new decks around them with the sort of power, especially Elemental Mastery. I think will lead to some fun new deck designs, and we'll see how that goes. I think we're actually ready for our next round.
Perfect timing then. Yeah, but I'm super keen to see these cards in game and how they shape the new meta.
Where are we? Just trying to find. Alright, give me a sec. I'll set up a lobby for our next matchup. And obviously just a reminder for everyone who may be just tuning in, so this is the finals of the 2023 Rainiverse World Championships. We had 27 players register for today's, or qualify and register for today's event. And this will be where we crown our inaugural world champion, which could quite possibly be one of the two people we're about to see in this next matchup.
Absolutely. That would be a fitting end, given that they were in the grand final of the first event of the World Championship. But let's see, one of them has to be eliminated at this point. At least go to the losers bracket, I suppose.
Yep.
We could have a complete repeat of the first tournament. But both incredible players, Huncho and Cryptic Witcher, so yeah, keen to see who takes this one out.
Huncho obviously having a very prestigious history throughout RT-LOL competitive play, being our back-to-back-to-back champion of the first 3 events that we held. Was knocked off that perch by Mason at the AVAX Invitational. And Cryptic Witcher, definitely a up-and-coming player who, yeah, had quite a good run throughout the preliminary events. But we'll see how this all plays out. Hunter's just jumping in now. Just do a quick check on, see where the stream is at. looks like the stream is around the middle of, I think that was game 3 with George and Ollie.
Yeah, game 3 was a long one, huh?
Oh, we've got Huncho in as well. Alright, here we go with our third round winners bracket matchup between Cryptic Witcher and Huncho.
Good luck to both players. Control and Pump, giving some stuff away through the deck names.
Guess we get a little bit of a preview here of what one of the players is running. Not sure which player that is yet. We'll find out very soon though. Looks like we're going to be spectating Huncho to start. Straight off the bat, we're seeing a very different deck here. This could be, was it Blue Champion? Could be a Phoenix Control or maybe a Phoenix Lambo if there's a splash of yellow in there.
Basilisk and Phoenix, yeah. Basilisk is not a card you see run very often.
No, it's a very interesting card. It's one of the few times that we've allowed a color-based mechanic to sort of seep out of its main color. Banish obviously being traditionally very heavily... Ooh. Okay. This is a very different deck. I'm not sure what this deck is that Huncho's cooked up for this. Obviously the deck has worked so far, made it through to this round of winners bracket.
Love the creativity, thanks Huncho. He's historically been one of those guys who's pushed the envelope with creativity. Although same with Cryptic Witcher, first person to win a tournament with a Rainbow Champion deck.
Yeah.
Staked is Satoshi Nakamoto, wow. That might be a visual bug, I expect that bug.
No, it looks like...
Ooh, and the Manticore gets the double hit.
I guess Manticore is definitely not a card you want to banish back to your opponent's hand, is it?
Yeah, Manticore and Elon with that repeatable damage. Oh man, this is exciting. One Lambo, Oni, Phoenix, great. We just gotta hope that Huncho can last long enough to start pulling out some of these combos, eh? Because he's a bit behind in board state and doesn't have a lot to regain that this turn.
I mean, the Phoenix is a nice sort of mechanic to stabilize the board. Water Elemental there as well, although we don't have the 2 blue, we need to actually play it. Gets the Lambo out, so we're probably going to see a Phoenix next turn. That Phoenix Lambo combo, very, very powerful. in terms of how it can trade. The
Could
Phoenix
be
keeps
an
getting
Oni.
bigger.
See if Cryptic Witcher positions around it if he's going to play a third minion here.
Yeah, Oni. Ooh,
Yeah,
the Guardians can help there a bit.
well positioned with that Minotaur. Must have seen it coming.
Someone has been watching the formations reveals and realized the board position matters. Still not a bad time to play Oni, although it's just going to still be...
Yeah, I mean, it kills 2 and survives. Buffs the Fenrir by 1 power. And then we'll just get killed the turn off. There was no way to suicide the Phoenix there, so yeah, I think that was the right play.
Yeah, it's one of those weird spots where Phoenix just living sometimes can actually be an awkward spot for the player to be in. Obviously not getting the pump up and not sort of generating that long-term card advantage. Speaking of card advantage, what is there to say about Greed? Arguably one of the most powerful spells we've ever printed. Has the potential to draw 12 cards and give you an additional turn. And Huncho obviously there sitting on a collectible version of it. The Basilisk. Potentially just running the Basilisk to give access to that colour. And obviously there's some cute interactions between cards like Oni and Basilisk, using Basilisk to clear out a Guardian. Potentially allowing more advantageous trades.
I think he goes well with one Lambo. So Honcho's had his first Phoenix death, powering up and putting back on the top of his deck.
I wonder if you just Water Elemental here. Do you sort of... Do you wonder
The risk there is if he's got another Flame Salamander in hand.
Yeah, but then it's like, you know, if he's played one, what are the odds of having the other one? We start ending up in that, in the mind games aspect of it. Water Elemental being a 4/4, like, would Cryptic Witch just trade into that? Definitely wouldn't want a Basilisk, knowing the contents of Huncho's hand.
Yeah, and also with Overkill, naturally on the Flame Salamander, with when Lambo in play, that's quite dangerous to just have a 0-cost Flame Salamander at your disposal.
We're gonna manage it back.
Yeah.
Maybe just tempting Cryptic Witcher to play it back out again, as opposed to...
Yeah, I mean, if he plays it and runs it into the Phoenix, reduces the face damage from 8 to 3, powers up the Phoenix again.
Manticore can then deal with it. Just in terms of a pumped body. An interesting play here would be if Cryptic Witcher had time travel. Swing in with the Salamander, time travel it back to your hands. Okay, there's 2 of them. It's got to be so tempting to cold storage here. Not quite enough to Water Elemental and a Phoenix. And not enough red to Manticore Phoenix. So potentially stake a Water Elemental away. That's not great either. Double Water Elemental feels... yeah. definitely think we're seeing the Phoenix trade. Then the question just literally becomes, do you want to cold storage just to block 8 points of damage? Potentially block 8 points of damage. We don't know where that third flame salamander is yet. If
that's very unlikely at this point. It makes sense to me to cold storage now, but let's see what Hunter does.
Yep, there's the cold storage.
Yeah.
And I guess at least if Cryptic Witcher does stake the final flame salamander here, that at least gives Huncho the information of where all three of them are. Again, very powerful when you've got 3 water elementals in hand. Phoenix being just short of being able to trade at the moment, but potentially we can stake a water elemental, play water elemental Phoenix, freeze one, double trade into the other.
I like the light infusion addition as like a catch-up mechanism, because obviously like it takes a while to power up your Phoenix to the point where it can KO anything. And by that stage you've probably lost a bit of HP.
A couple of big Phoenixes like that, definitely. So we freeze the Flame Salamander, so we probably Phoenix and double trade into the Eagle. Obviously, the Phoenix will have an advantageous trade next turn. And obviously, yeah, there's like, we're still building up towards that massive greed. If Huncho is able to pull that off, just that level of card advantage, potentially that combo potential as well. If you can get a big enough Phoenix on the board, greed obviously giving you an extra turn means all of your minions you played that turn can attack. Although there's obviously needs a bit more combo pieces to sort of pull off that sort of combo. There's the 7DS, we're going to draw 5 on that. Interesting. That Flame Salamander just keeps being just out of reach. Although obviously we know the Hunter has the extra water elemental just to freeze it again.
Yeah.
At 21...
Kill the Minotaur and play the water elemental, right?
Yeah, at 21, do you light infusion here? Like, how...
I don't think you're that desperate. Like,
how much do you want to play around the Lust Chastity, I guess, is the question.
Need the airdrop as well.
And would need to have another red card in hand to stake, which potentially you got from the 7DS, but maybe didn't.
And you'd need to unfreeze the Flame Salamander with your third one, so it's just very unlikely that they'd be able to kill you in the next turn.
Yeah, I think we're going to see
risk.
Phoenix swing into Water Elemental. Does leave a weak Phoenix on the board, so we're not going to get the power up this turn. Does decide to trade it in, just to get that damage on there as well. So Huncho obviously 2 turns away from greed, and still needs 1 extra blue as well.
Take the Huskinson.
Oh, never feels good to stake a legendary, does it?
No, but he has been using a lot of his freeze combo pieces. We've seen 1 cold storage. How many? Ooh, there's the freeze. No way, he's got the full combo.
May not have the combo, but having enough guardians to hit too. That's pretty huge. There's so much card advantage coming out of 7DS. Get up with
You only heal 5 here, right?
It's not enough, because you only gain with life. The way lifesteal interacts when you attack into a minion is you only gain as much as you had as health as the other minion has. So you can get up to 15. I guess you probably just stake the Hoskinson here. Huddle's not going to do it. He's one turn short.
Ouch.
Yep, that's game. That's game 1. Probably didn't want to, didn't want to reveal that he had the greed there, because obviously we have to use this deck again.
Shall we swap perspectives to Cryptic Witcher?
Yeah, we'll jump across.
Okay. Blue orange, very control.
Very controlling hand here for the Witcher, but also just a very slow hand as well. Not much actually going on here.
So choosing Hurog as the minion for this one.
Definitely fits in that sort of control-y style deck, especially when you have time travels as well. Q-Rug and time travel being a very powerful combo. Able to, board clear multiple times off the one card. Can be very, very strong.
Gets the better freeze there.
Can be unfortunate, but yeah, unfortunately RNG can be a thing.
Looking for Honcho, he had a Shocktooth in hand to be able to 1-for-1. Stake the Shocktooth, deal 1 damage, and then trade the other one. Still maintaining good board control at the moment. But definitely at a card disadvantage. So Cryptic Witcher could be baiting more minions for the time travel.
Potentially also looking to gain a board position where Huncho might start drawing cards. It's always fun when you can time travel and kill something.
Huncho commits, the Helders are... And Cryptic, top decks an orange card, which he needs if he wants to time travel now.
There it goes.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's quite a good time travel.
Without top decking that, we may have seen a staked quantum rug, depending on how important that time travel was.
Yeah, we're Do we know if Hunter is running Flame Salamanders in this deck?
Not sure. We definitely didn't see him in the other deck.
Both of Hunter's decks are like featuring cards that we don't often see.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how some of these top players not just try to build decks that they feel might be the strongest meta deck at the time, but working off that assumption that there are a lot of players playing very specific decks, try to actually cook something that may have advantages over those decks specifically. Cryptic choosing to run the Rainbow Lotus over the Aurora in this deck.
What happens to draw it pretty late in the game, so it does have the versatility to still be useful, but I think it's best if you can get it in your opening hand.
Yeah, I mean any turns before this turn would be handy. It's acceleration towards that quantum rug potentially, and the fact that it gives you a charge gem means it's not as big of a loss compared to some other gem advantage cards. But yeah. Flips the Elon. Double face, probably not what he's after there. Yeah. That WoW emote I feel is very symbolic of how Hunter would have... Yeah, we definitely would have wanted to try and hit... I mean, in an ideal world, I think both hit the blue champion.
Pretty low chance of happening. Even some damage on the blue champion if he had a follow-up. I don't think he was too invested in hitting the gargoyle.
Ooh, we're gonna see the gem Rainbow Lotus there. Even just being able to use it to smooth out your mana, or gems I should say, in the late game, quite handy.
Looks like Hunter is getting a decent lead here, actually. There's the Q-Rog in Cryptic Witch's hands, which is a good coming back card, but Aside from that, Hunter has both board advantage, initiative, hand advantage, and health advantage.
It's really going to come down to that rug. Huncho probably has enough experience not to overextend into it.
He's also used, I think, 3 Shocktooth Tigers, so the ping on the force field might be a bit trickier now. But Manticore to roll the dice with. Just wait for it to swing case.
I think you have to, don't you? Like Huncho's representing lethal. Your purple champ, purple
you don't want to
water
banish
elemental,
the Elon.
6/4. No, not enough.
Yeah.
Oh no, just enough, I think. Yeah.
There you go. Kills his own pink champion in the process. Gets -4/-4 on the rug because he couldn't force any minions to die before playing it. Now if Hunter's held back some strong follow-ups, this is where he could really take control. Mastodon, really? That's it. That invites like a pretty favorable trade for Cryptic.
Yeah, especially now we know all the Shocktooths are gone. Ooh, that's a hell of a top deck. Trade, time travel. Maybe even just pass the turn.
Brutal. Unfortunate, Hunter didn't even have like an energy blast to kill the Q-Rog and prevent that combo. It's always really, really sad to see your opponent time travel that Q-Rog back to hand.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest forms, I guess, of indirect card advantage in the game. There's the Aurora for Hunter. Definitely, having known, now that he knows that Cryptic has already played out the Lotus, knows that there won't be I was about to say, we'd about to see the combo, but we're not. Just gonna see a good old Campai.
Oh, the little guys.
Yep. Not so little after the Aurora.
Trying to get the Q-Rog.
I was about to say, if there's ever a board state that you want to just drop the Q-Rog again, this is it.
No, it leaves you with a pretty weak rug.
It does, but I mean, you don't really want to leave.
Yeah, you don't have much alternative at this point, unfortunately.
Gargoyle, water. He's gonna try and walk his way through it. Oh wow. Cold storage off the top. We're seeing some insane top decks here for Cryptic. Cold storage, swing face.
And a lot of bothering with the cold storage?
I
Is
guess
it a walkway to
Oh,
get
there it
them?
goes.
Oh, he's still got it. Yeah.
I mean, he's also just kind of happy to see Huncho have to hand him so much lifesteal as well. Even with the Q rug, Huncho's still having a very nice card advantage as far as hand goes.
Yeah, it's a pretty close game. He doesn't full up.
Huncho have his own time travel, maybe? This feels...
a lot of commitment.
Yeah. This feels very overcommitted knowing that your opponent has a rug in hand.
Played the extra 2 gems at the end, fearing a time travel, but
I mean, you saw the rug get time traveled.
yeah. The Cryptid could have rug and another time travel in hand, I suppose.
There's no world here where he doesn't just rug here, right? Like, trade to get the lifesteal and just to reduce how many
stats the rug releases, yeah.
yeah.
5-5 now. Okay, Huncho, you did not want to let him time travel that again. Alright, we're back to like the old days with whoever plays their mythic box.
I guess that was the play. Force the rug out.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, we are going to see. This is a champion deck. I was wondering about that. But then,
So, Cryptic has inevitability on his side.
yeah. Forces Huncho to play the more aggressive, quicker plays.
I mean, in order to win via Rainbow Champion, you have to draw pretty much your entire deck.
There's always that risk that the Rainbow Champion itself is sitting on the bottom. Or the other risk of running a Rainbow Champion deck that you draw it early on, and one of the champions is sitting on the bottom. Nice trade. Man, Cryptic Witcher has had some beautiful top decks this game.
Absolutely. And I mean, in normal circumstances, time traveling an opponent, Chad Rainey, is the last thing you want to do, but I mean, if you're playing a Rainbow Champion deck, you just need to buy time.
Yeah, and I guess even your opponent HP, like you don't really even care about the lifesteal. Zeal is a nice like mini board clear there. Cold storage buys a turn. Water elemental potentially buys a turn. It's just yeah, just waiting and seeing how far.
And this is exciting. I'm part of me wants Hunter to win so we can go to a game 3, but also if we can witness a victory via Rainbow Champion, that'd be pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's a strategy that players have tried to figure out, even right back as far as like some of our earliest alphas. Rainbow Champion's been in there for a long time, been in the meta for a long time. But I guess yeah, it took some of these like 7DS pieces, or even just the meta evolving to where it is, where it's that slower, control-y sort of matchup, where you know we're seeing potentially the meta shift again, where Rainbow Champion's viable. Wonder if the Shocktooth Tiger there was a play around Zeal potentially, or just trying to put as much pressure on the board.
Plays around Water Elemental too. It's a more efficient way to just freeze the target.
Gargoyle.
I mean, you can gargoyle Elemental.
50-50.
Can you gargoyle? No, Chad can't do damage, so it always gets the Tiger, but then you can Water Elemental. Can't hit the Shocktooth.
I don't think he swings here. I think it does more just to get it out in case he draws. I think he's played most of them now. We'll be able to tell once he draws the Rainbow Champion. As someone who's played a lot of TCGs though, there's when you're playing against a deck that has this sort of inevitability to it. There's I mean, it's well timed.
Oh, the Flame Salamander stake. That's perfect.
Even throws out the WoW BM at the same time. Does he potentially have lethal here? He's got lethal.
Yeah, lost custody, no way.
There's the airdrop. I think we're about to go to a game 3. There it is.
Beautiful. Oh, wait, there.
With the Aurora, the combo is 21 damage too. Wow.
That was a great game.
Both players now switching to their undefeated decks.
I guess we go back to Hunter for this one?
Yeah, we can switch back. Oh, just got that spectator. Gotta wait till we're past the polygons. We'll get to see, yeah, Huncho's Phoenix deck in action again. And obviously we know it's against the Rainbow Champion deck of Cryptic Witcher.
Now, interestingly, because we saw the Flame Salamander stake last game to get Hunter the win, we know it can't feature in this game. Cryptic Witcher using the same deck, it's very heavily reliant on freeze. He might have an easier time. But by the same token, we know that Hunter runs one Lambo in this deck, so it kind of bypasses a lot of the freeze mechanics.
Yeah, when Lambo, that pump mechanic having a very drastic effect on the board. But obviously with all of our season cards affecting both sides of the board equally. So really comes down to players now taking advantage of the season they choose to play or adapting to their opponent's season. About to see a classic water elemental trade-off here.
Cryptic just passed the turn, hey?
Yeah, interesting.
5 gems. He's not setting up a time travel either, he needs 3 orange. You get your phoenixes charging now.
I guess against this specific deck, it's a bit harder. Like Cryptic Witcher dropping less minions in general. Well, you got all the champions obviously, so a little bit harder to trade in the phoenixes. And obviously then you've got the issue. Definitely clear the board here and drop a phoenix and then pass the turn back. But without that Wen Lambo, obviously the phoenix combo is significantly slower.
Yeah, I'm missing that vital combo piece. There it is.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, definitely taking that more aggressive route with this deck this time around, given that we know he's on a clock. That's a nice Oni setup there with the Wen Lambo. I think you just stake the Rainbow Recharge here for the 5th blue, right? You don't want to risk not having it for the greed.
Yeah, makes sense. Blue champion just out of reach, only shockwave there, right?
It's just out, but it means you can still trade in with one of the multi-strikes.
Yeah.
Okay, goes to
Fair
speed instead.
Swing's face, fair enough.
Surprised we actually haven't seen any of the red light infusions in Huncho's deck for the overkill. Obviously the yellow great to sort of sustain and get that nice boost up off the pumped or pumped and power enriched phoenixes. But having Wen Lambo and red light infusion giving that sort of one hit KO potential. But again, if you're running greed, I guess the idea is more how do you survive until you've got 12 gems.
Yeah, lots of ways to play it. Jump again.
I mean, you're always kind of happy when Zeal is just used as single target removal.
Especially for like a 4/7.
Phoenix still not quite there.
So that's 6 power.
That's a 6, yeah.
Yeah, 7 is definitely an awkward HP total for Hunter to deal with right now.
Oh, interesting.
Uses the Rainbow Recharge. Interesting, yeah. Now it's an 8.
Gets a double pump on that Phoenix. Although we now know, looking at Huncho's hand, that if he isn't able to draw another blue card, potentially can be in an awkward spot here with the greed ready to go.
Update. It looks like George took out Q Pioneer.
Cool, we're going to see George advancing then through the lower bracket. I mean, both of them very well established tournament players in their own right. I'm pretty sure both of them have taken out some of our smaller regular weekly tournaments on Blue Mint. Cryptic just digging here. Could he stake the Quantum Rug potentially next turn for green? It's also one short of lethal with the Phoenix on board, assuming that Phoenix doesn't get...
It'll probably get frozen again, you'd think, right? Or time
Yeah.
traveled, or banished, or... Yeah. But yeah, the interesting thing with greed is there's no way to avoid that second turn's damage. You can't double free.
Yeah, I mean, Cryptic's still, you know, 11 cards in deck, so still digging, potentially.
Just plays a little Guardian and a cold storage.
So, no. Oh, okay, alright. So there's the cold storage off the top. Didn't want to play the Oni.
Yeah. It's a delicate thing. I mean, I know Huncho has an advantage now that the clock is ticking. Cryptic is going through his deck pretty quickly.
I would have thought play the Oni just to trade into the Defender at least. Would have felt like the right play.
I'm sure Huncho's got his logic behind. Maybe playing around time travel or Q Rogue or something. Yeah, it's just not applying a lot of pressure for a deck as heavy on control as Cryptic has to have one Phoenix on the board, even if it is at 9 power.
And there's the HODL as well for another way to get the greed online. For players who may not have played much 7DS, you may not have seen this very often. Assuming Huncho's going to greed out here. No, he's not. Decides to get the 2-for-1 with the Oni.
Maybe that's what he was waiting for.
Yeah.
More value.
4 cards left in Cryptic's deck.
I suppose that is a good point. Like, the Defender is a bit of a liability being at 3 HP. It's the perfect amount for Oni to kill and then deal the 6 shockwave damage.
Does Cryptic realize that
there's that time travel?
Twice a turn.
I don't think another champion.
Three cards left in deck. Unless the last card he needs is at the bottom. He's probably got this. Gets the double Phoenix Pulse. But most likely not going to be enough here. Unless the card he needs is literally the last card.
Yeah, I think Hunter just took a bit too long to get the greed online.
He's got 7 gems.
Got another turn, but he has to know it's coming now too.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't even see a greed doing anything here. Yeah, unfortunately that greed deck just not quite quick enough to be able to answer. So I believe we're about to see a rainbow.
There it is. 120 damage.
That's painful.
What a finish. GG. Wow. What a matchup. So Cryptic progresses in the winners bracket to the, I guess you'd call it winners bracket semifinals, round 4.
Yep.
Hunter drops to the losers bracket, but is still in the tournament. You could come back and do a clean sweep, take the whole thing away. And that was a great match though. So we've seen like between the first 2 matches we've spectated huge diversity across decks and playstyles and combinations. Really awesome to see the creativity across the board from these 4 players. Yeah, it's exactly what we were hoping for from this tournament. So appreciate everyone putting the thinking caps on and coming up with some really cool decks to showcase.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll check in with Lumint.
Shall we aim to do the Noblesse and then either Infernix or Nemesis?
Yeah, I
As the
think
next
that one looks pretty good to me. While we wait for that one, I might take a short break. So yeah, we'll be back very, very soon with our next matchup. Stay tuned, everyone.
Cheers, guys. Be right back.
And we're back with our next matchup, which looks like it will be Nemesaur and Noblesse. Oh, how you doing, Chris? You all coffeeed up, ready to go?
I am well caffeinated. How about you?
Yep, that was halfway through number 3 at the moment.
Wow.
Definitely hitting the spot. All right.
All just caffeine, or you got some like espresso martinis happening?
No, that was last night. Had
Yeah.
yeah, had a enjoyable weekend so far. And just topping
Sounds
it
good.
off with some top level RT LoL play. Yeah, definitely looking forward to this next one. Nemesaur obviously well known within the RT LoL community. Um,
Some
and
would say the most vocal community member.
yeah, but definitely has the record to back it up at the moment as well. Open best of 3, copy the lobby code. And yeah, we'll get a chance to see what these players have cooked up. So this is, I believe, round 4 in the winners bracket still. Both these players are getting dangerously close to the winners bracket final.
Absolutely. Prizes kick in at cash prizes kick in at 16th and above, right?
Yeah, so I have to double check, but I think these players might be in the money, or this could be the round to decide that. But getting very, very close.
So Noblesse. Is that a new face? Is it a pseudonym for one of the other better known community members? Any
Uh,
ideas?
Not sure actually. We'll have to wait and see. I'm in their room on Discord. I don't recognize the Discord name either. But again, that doesn't necessarily mean much. Yeah, looking at the bracket, just going back over some of the earlier matches we watched. Ollie actually got knocked down into the losers bracket by TGS, who's currently playing against Cryptic Watcher. They're in the opposite side of the winners bracket from Noblesse and Nemesaur at the moment. Obviously, we saw Hunter get knocked down, and yeah, George beat Q Pioneer, so advancing through the losers bracket.
Yeah, I'd say Q Pioneer is the the biggest name that we know who has been knocked out so far. Most recognizable. He's done very well in a bunch of tournaments. So sorry to see you knocked out so early, Q Pioneer man. But if someone was gonna do it, better to be your own brother, I suppose.
Meepo and Dark Paladin are still playing. The winner of that will take on Ollie in the losers bracket.
Thor got knocked down to the losers bracket pretty early. He's I think top of the player of the championship leaderboard, right?
Yeah, obviously this event having bonus points there as well. Cool. So we're getting started very, very soon. We just have a quick bathroom break for one of the players.
Clearly not dedicated enough to wear some adult diapers to such an important event. Disappointing.
I'm sure there's a joke there, but it's too early in the morning still for me to come up with it.
So yeah, I've said it at some of the AMAs in the past, but I think one of the things I'm happiest with about the World Championships is how many new game modes it's opened up within the game client. Our devs worked really hard to get some of them in some cases just before the first tournament of a type. But you know, rather than just having one game mode, we now have access to like a whole variety. And when you combine that with the best of one or best of three, you know, you add in the theme decks, the collectibles only, open, standard. Yeah, it just adds a lot of diversity to the sort of games that we can see. So once we then throw a new full set into the mix with formations coming up, I can only imagine that yeah, there should be a lot of fun events on the horizon.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely, I know the theme deck events were very well received by the community. Obviously, open events such as this one are really important for us to be able to run when we do have top tier tournaments where we don't want to restrict what players choose to play based on ownership at all. And then obviously our normal standard and collectibles formats too. Collectibles obviously receiving boosts to all their prize pools throughout the World Championships. And I'm sure there'll be other collectible events running after the World Championships have concluded as well. Again, to reward our long-term collectors of the game. Oh, I just got a notification on Bluemin's Discord, and it's like, oh, it's just telling me I've leveled up apparently to something.
Congratulations, well earned.
I'm now level 13. I'm not sure what that means, but
Gamify everything.
pretty much. Cool, alright, looks like we are ready to go. This is a round 4 winners bracket match between, are we going to say Noblesse or Noblesse? Noblesse?
No, Noblesse? I don't know.
Noblesse? Noblesse. And Bone Hunter 89, also known as Nemesaur. Best of luck to both players. Here we go. Oops, I pressed the start button, doesn't it?
According to Google, it is now bless.
Now bless. Okay.
Oh, no, no bless. No
Noblesse. Cool.
Yep.
Alright, looks like we're going to start off with match number 1, spectating Nemesaur. Straight off the bat, some cards we haven't seen so far today. We've got Black Swan and Penguin Mages. Penguin Mage, very, very interesting card when you are running banish mechanics. Because obviously that on death trigger doesn't trigger on a banish. So leaves you with a permanent gem advantage. And Black Swan, obviously a interesting buff and destroy a random enemy minion sort of mechanic. If you can set up the board state correctly, which again, doing with things like banish mechanics can be quite easy to do, gives you the opportunity to not only control the board, but also get quite a large minion at the risk of your own health. Double liquidates in hand as well, so very strong counters to any big threats. Although, with an imp coming down early, usually implies that Noblesse is playing a more aggressive sort of deck.
He did win the flip to go first, which generally helps, especially aggressive decks. although we have changed the system for best of 3, so the loser of a game always starts the next game first, just to help even things up a bit.
Yeah, definitely not enough of an advantage to deliberately like tank a game, but yeah, interesting little catch-up mechanic.
Yeah, seems quite aggressive. And rare crypto ban.
Might see some Cyclops in there if it's one of those just really like early game aggro sort of decks. Obviously, having access to blue for Bone Hunter, or Nemesis I should say, gives some good stalling mechanics, although there goes the cold storage.
Ooh. Loses the 50-50 on the water elemental.
Yep.
Maybe with that frost touch, still gets frozen. But
Cold storage off the top, I think we'll probably see that played this turn. Swap. Only grabs the 2 Yeah, it might have been a little bit of a greedy play there, but didn't quite pay off.
So getting some bad luck already, and making sure to let us all know about it through the emote system.
Yep. Obviously, as every TCG player knows, like, emotes very important. It's a way of psychologically getting in the head of your opponent.
Snow leopard. Oh. To be fair, that was only a 1 in 3 to kill the Fenrir.
Yeah. Sometimes those calculated risks can make or break the game. Guess you just trade here, yeah. We see the cold storage and the Hoskinson in hand, and the Gemini, so a lot of free combo-y pieces there. Obviously a nice hodl in hand, but I mean, doesn't really have much to gain. Drop a Rainy Gun here, but that's just going to trade.
At best.
Maybe Pink Champion's the better play?
Yeah, Pink Champion's a bit awkward with the force field, but not as efficient on gems.
No Blease, potentially, you could just drop a Guardian, swing through face. Start trying to put that clock on. We saw Nemesis stake a cold storage early. You would, like... Maybe that was enough to draw out that Salamander.
Yeah, or potentially Noblesse has a second one in hand. Kind of playing mind games here.
I mean, representing lethal on board. Nemesis is going to liquidate. I mean, this is the turn to do it, while your opponent's still on 40 health.
Definitely seems like the safer option, given that we know there are Flame Salamanders in the opponent's deck. Stake the Pink Champion, or liquidate the Water, yeah, and kill that.
Yep.
All that's left is the Fenrir.
Maybe stake one of the 2 liquidates if you really want the Pink Champion. It's quite a good little minion. One of the more powerful champions, as we saw in one of the previous matchups.
Take the Rainy Gun as well if you don't think it's going to be useful. He stakes the Pink Champion, yep. Alright, well he did not get baited into relying on a cold storage. Oh!
Gets the double freeze.
Does he have another salamander? That's an easy 14. Take him to 6. That's in range of a crypto ban.
Yeah.
If he's got a crypto ban and a salamander, it's over, right?
That's a nice shock tooth to get rid of the Rainy
Doesn't
gun.
have the salamander. Yeah.
High risk, high reward play. I guess one of the things with the level of tournament experience that Nemesis would have, it's identifying those spots where sometimes you just have to take that risk. May not look like the most optimal play, but maybe long term gives you the best chance of pulling out the victory in the whole match.
Yeah, definitely an interesting decision point, whether you're playing to win or playing not to lose. If you're playing not to lose, and your opponent just gets to push their advantage, and then you'll eventually lose anyway, right? So sometimes you got to think ahead and take a calculated risk that if it pays off, it gives you enough chance to get back in the game, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So
Envy's not doing
Envy
much
in
here.
this split, yeah. So this is where Envy is less powerful. We saw in the first match we spectated, it was really powerful because it was like a mirror match. But here, you can envy a Satoshi, you can envy Fenrir, Shocktooth, but you can't play them. you could envy a Rainy gun, I suppose. Liquidates the Satoshi. Do you cold storage as well here? Kinda have to, right? Could take the 50-50 with the water, right? What? That seemed like a strange play. Did he run out of time?
Possibly, yeah.
Or is he just trying to set up a cold storage Hoskinson next turn?
It's very high risk if that's the play.
Yeah. Did not pay off in this instance. GG. I would have thought, yeah, blue recharge water alley would have avoided that, but difficult position. Okay.
I switch views after the mulligan.
Looks like Nemesis might have swapped decks as well.
Yep.
Ooh,
Oh, interesting.
green, yellow.
Green, yellow, we got Lizardman. We've got a Zeus.
Zeus!
Shout out to Zeus.
Zeus comes a lot of flack, but here it is in like the middle bracket semi-final.
Obviously, Hera, one of our revealed cards from Formations, has an interesting interaction with Zeus. Zeus actually is getting an art update alongside the Formations launch, and yeah, we'll see if we can play. Nemesis getting the 50-50 there.
Yeah.
No Beliefs returns the 50-50. Yeah, it's an interesting deck we're seeing here. Has the Meekness in there too. Meekness obviously very, very powerful at stopping a lot of these control combo-y big minion decks. early campaign. Obviously, since the nerf, not
Would've
quite as
survived
strong as
that.
what it was. Would have
Yeah,
survived that
pre-nerf would
before.
have survived that.
Stakes a meekness. Nemesaur now knows that's a potential in this deck.
What's the lizard man up to? 30 venom? 20? 20, right?
Yeah, +2.
Oh, 2, sorry. 2 venom, yeah. Upgrade. Doesn't want to risk another shock tooth or something, so trades the lizard man in for 4 damage while he can. So lizard man more strong when attacking than defending, so seems like a decent play.
Very defensive board to have to push through, although energy blasts might help with that. Having spent quite a while knee-deep in formations, taking design and work like that, very interesting to see how some of these decks may evolve with the addition of some formation cards. Capre just short.
Yeah. So it doesn't do much for the current board state. Could lock out some of Nemesaur's other cards.
Yeah, those Titans just really putting the beast in a awkward spot there. And the Aurora definitely helping carry that.
Mistake from Nimson. Well calculated, only 7 power, so isn't affected by the season.
Yeah.
Does he swing face or kill the leprechaun? Yep.
So Capre gets the obvious trade. You could just shift into it as well if you. Oh, not quite. Sorry, I thought shift was 7.
Yeah, do you just trade and play the turtle and snow leopard?
Or turtle and yield farming maybe.
Yeah.
Could shift the field farming too, actually.
Is the biggest proactive body. Just loses the pumped utility.
Mm. But obviously that secondary ability being strong as well.
Curious to see what Nemesaur's, which of Nemesaur's cards are affected by that Aurora now. If they get boosted to 8 power, couldn't anyway, but like, are there any that were in that like 6 or 7 range that are now gonna be impacted?
I guess that's the thing with the interaction between Meekness and Guardian minions. Like, sure, like they can't attack, but you've still got to deal with
forces
them.
your opponent to deal with them.
Yeah. Could always just double energy blast here, or
CZ.
yeah, feels like a bit of a waste though. Is there a try to snow leopard interaction?
Energy blast and run Chef in. Oh, just choose to leave it alive. I guess there's no urgency to
build
deal with the minion that can't attack.
Yeah, build the board. Maybe Nemesaur doesn't drop another Guardian here. Oh, actually, we're kind of forgetting something. Rugzilla can't be targeted by spells or abilities.
Oh yeah, true. Season override.
Gets the recursive reality in play.
And now Rugzilla can attack.
Yep. Leading to what though? I guess you just trade with the CZ? Or do you swing the
Shift apparently. Maybe he's hoping for CZ to be banished. There it is.
Flip with the snow leopard? Griffin? Good CZ, Griffin. Yeah, do that. The elemental gets banished.
Yep. I mean, Rugzilla's immune to banish too, so it'd get banished regardless, but...
Yeah, but you wouldn't want to leave it on the board.
Sure.
I guess you just sort of go wide here.
Yep. You're gonna pop a turtle. So that means you'll get a turtle with force field at the start of next turn, because the other one will get banished.
Yep. CZ there might be a little greedy.
We saw Kurog in Nemesaur's last deck, right?
Yeah,
and he switched.
This board is like the worst possible board to try and deal with a crypto ban.
Yeah. And without Kurog, yeah, all you can really do is try to go wide yourself, right?
Obviously Aurora does a lot here. I mean, Kurog is going to do a lot here.
Chad Doge.
It's the Chad Doge. One of the very interesting promo cards that was released earlier this year. So it has 3 forms. By staking it, you can actually evolve it into the bigger forms.
Unfortunately, in this instance, there's a snake draw that got to be in your hand. You have to wait till next turn if you want to start that.
Gets lucky with the 50-50 there on recursive.
Yeah, definitely. Otherwise, it could have been a wasted energy blast. Looks like TGS got knocked down to the losers bracket by Cryptic Witcher.
Are we going to see Rainbow Champion be the defining deck of the World Championships?
Video still working. Oh, Mr. Chad. Are we gonna start seeing Chad Doge get powered up here? It's a lot of pressure presented by Nemesis now.
Yeah, problem with Chad Doge is like, it's powerful, but it also starts to eat into that life total.
Yikes.
Smoke green every day.
Nemesis could have the win in hand depending on what he's got.
Crypto Band doesn't quite do it.
Yeah, and only 5 cards in hand. It's unlikely.
Hey, this is the first Fire Elemental I think we've seen played this series. I think we saw a few get baked, but
Leaving the Chad.
oh, wow.
Oh, what a draw.
That is a sick Wrath off the top. We've seen some interesting top decks so far this series, or this tournament I should say. Decides to go with the G-Rock instead.
I guess Namasaur is presenting a lot of big minions and Aurora boosts all their powers.
Unfortunately the Rogue's still at 8.
Well, I mean, the season got changed, so it's not relevant right now. Oh, you mean for the Wrath? Yeah. Yeah, this definitely implies the most pressure. Just playing the Turtle and Snow Leopard versus like a Titan like this doesn't really do much.
I mean, the Dwarf is just begging for an energy blast there, yeah. Rat's not really the right answer here. Talik's not really the right answer either.
Nope. Holiday?
Goes for the nice play with recursive reality.
Nemesaur up against the ropes a bit here.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it looking at the live totals, but that probably just trades with the.
Aurora keeps it alive. Yeah. So he could Vitalik here.
Yeah, swinging
in.
Vitalik looks pretty good. Even keeps the turtle alive too. If you as long as you swing first.
A lot of back and forth in this game, actually. So this is an interesting breakpoint with none of Nogres's at 8 or above power.
Trade. Oh. Yeah, that works. With Vitalik. I'll see you can upgrade first. Decides not to swing to get the force field back on the turtle.
Fair enough.
Goes for the big panda. Upraise at Venom 2. Do you Wrath here or do you get greedy?
A bit greedy, right?
No.
Throwing all in. Doesn't even have a card to stake.
Cool.
Alright.
Let's see if Nemesis got it. That answers the force field, doesn't answer, doesn't really. Takes a Manticore. Crypto Band's not quite there. Or, it is, but it's like awkward. Passes the turn. Goes wide again. I was wondering if staking the Leprechaun maybe would play.
You gotta think Leprechaun's better than the average card in your deck, right? It depends on your makeup.
Yeah, still potentially playing around
exhaustion.
Crypto Ban. There's lost, but would have to be a stake, airdrop. No, not enough for the combo. Wow, that's a big draw.
disables the last, unless he's got another season. He might only run one recursive.
And that's, yeah. Oh, there it is.
Does he have the crypto ban or something to follow up? He's 4 damage off.
Gets the concede.
Tied up. Good game.
I'd say we switch back to Nemesaur for the final game.
Let's do it. You have the block brother.
First appearance of Emin. Yeah, it's interesting how we're seeing more players running the 70S Mythic, these World Championships. Obviously, as the Mythic in 70S, very, very powerful card, but I think it took players a little bit of time to really work out its strength. Early Chad Doge on the other side.
But played, I say. Seems like Noblesse likes to use it for gem fixing.
I mean, 2 gems in the body is nothing to sneeze at early game. Obviously,
Sure.
the real power in the card just comes down to the raw utility that you get from it, having the choice of the 3 different forms.
Was that a miscalculation, do you think?
Potentially.
I mean, there's 2 4-cost cards in Namasor's hand, but both of them require more gems than he's got. 2 purple or 4 different colors.
Yeah. 70S, he would have had to have different gems, which he has now.
Just missed the fact that
It's the eyes, which is always strong.
maybe he was intentionally clearing his hand to play it this turn so he gets more powers.
He's got a few different options now in terms of how he wants to deal with hurt. Makes a lot of sense. combo pieces there with Ivan on tech. There's no great way to deal with this board. Banish 2. Freeze the other one. You kind of don't want to banish though, because you don't want to risk hitting the freeze and water elemental, maybe?
I mean, they're just gonna keep wearing down his HP if he doesn't do something.
Get the gem, freeze the last 2, the block bar the next turn.
Got a couple of options here.
I was about to say he didn't miscalculate the rug, did he? But useful stake to...
Good Exodus. He could...
I mean, Exodus, and then accept that you're going to take, you know, 3 or 4 damage, potentially set yourself up for a better, or what, father.
2 dash, 1 fruit.
What a silly card.
He got pretty lucky there, actually. The force field minions are harder to remove than
Yeah, for
like
sure.
a snow leopard. Weakness in response. So the Blockfather is housebound at the moment. Copies the Capre.
Again, liquidate when your opponent's still at full health. It's always a solid play.
Do you remember whether Namasaur was running any seasons in this deck?
This wasn't the deck with recursive, was it?
He just won with that, so he can't be using
Yeah.
it again, right? So,
Oh, then... I mean, the next purple season doesn't get introduced till formations.
yeah. You could have like Bear Market or something. Otherwise, yeah. It's an interesting choice. If you play Meekness and your opponent doesn't have another season to counter it, you can just construct your deck with intentionality so that, you know, all your minions are 7 on the disable a whole bunch of your opponent's deck if they go big.
Yeah, it's a fun, as I said, it's a fun strategy, especially using green for poison, where you get that extra power. Sorry, venom, I should say. Get the extra power without needing to.
Yeah, without accounting this power.
Yeah. Could board clear here or banish clear?
Board clear seems a bit excessive. Like that Rainiverse isn't really doing anything unless you can change the season or put the guardian.
There it goes.
Could Ivan on tech steal 22?
Yeah, but do you really want to pass the turn back without trading?
Yeah, especially with the CZ on board with lifesteal.
Do you just swing in with everything and then rug?
What about that? Maybe swing with everything in Water Alley at least. Yeah, take out the Lizardman, Water Alley, the CZ.
Oh yeah, true. It's too. I'm so used to playing a mono blue deck that I forget that Water Elemental interacts with other elementals.
Kill the Lizardman, Exodus the other two, swing a decent amount for face, 11, set up lethal with Ivan on set.
Yeah, we're seeing some very interesting board states in this particular matchup. I mean, you could also just roll the dice with Black Swan, but that feels a bit YOLO.
Yep.
I mean, you got lethal there with without Ivan.
But Ivan as a surprise factor is really powerful here because Noblesse might just disable enough to think he can survive.
Yeah, for sure. Although Ivan's interaction with Meekness is interesting.
Oh yeah, true.
Gotta be careful of that.
You can just put your own minion in chains at the moment.
Is Ivan only friendly minions? Yeah, it is.
Smoke green every day.
Goes
Ooh,
wide.
He's one off.
He's gonna live on one. Wow.
All because of Meekness, yeah.
Is there a play here where you liquidate your own Blockfather for the health?
And it only gives you what? HP?
Would be 4. You just rug him.
Liquidate. Yeah. Ripple liquidating hand.
I mean, he's only got the gems to cast. Oh, he's got... No, they're purple. He's only got the gems to play one of them.
Doesn't do it. You gotta have something, right?
Digs.
Draw. Yep.
Oh, blast off the top.
Energy blast. I don't think that was off the top. I think that he had it in his hand. Kept in the
Okay.
middle. Clings on to dear life.
I mean,
Liquidate is gonna kill him. Wow, okay.
good
You
stake.
want a nifty the top? Like stake or liquidate? Nifty. Nope. Yield farming, that's a good one.
Digs. Hopefully he doesn't need a red gem for whatever he draws. If only he ran Temperance.
Digging some more. And passes, wow.
Ivan. Nifty's not enough for the kill.
If he'd niftied last turn, he would have been presenting lethal now.
Hmm. I think he just realised he can't Nifty and Air Elemental.
Unless he stakes the Ivan.
Liquidates again. No?
Decision from Nemesis here.
I mean, you swing, that's obvious. You could Nifty, stake the Ivan, Air Elemental.
Liquidate. He passes?
I mean, he's well ahead on life, I guess.
Sure. Noblesse has a chance to get back in this game. Shift to clear the water alley. You can get frozen there. Alright. Betting whether to nifty. Well, even with passing the turn after that, he's presenting lethal. Shift isn't enough. But energy blast and shift will keep pressing it.
Gemini into air elemental, answers the board.
Alright, finally nifties a turtle. Plays Gemini. These are difficult threats to deal with.
At 3 health, you have to answer both as well. There's the rug.
There's the rug.
Obviously, he's got the liquidate in hand to answer
But again, that gets has the HP restore.
Yeah, true. Oh, you can't just leave the rug on board.
Yield farming loses a lot of value this late.
So I say you get super greedy there with cold storage.
There's not much downside in banishing a mage at full gem tray at least.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're running, unless Noblesse had some sort of combo, but we don't think I don't think he does.
How many cards do they have left?
They'd be getting down there. 1 and 6. So a lot of card advantage on Nemesaur's side.
Yeah, maybe it's just not nasty. There's the
And
concede.
there's the concede.
GG. Nemesaur moves on to the finals of the winners bracket. Congratulations, well played, guys.
Alright, we'll take a quick look and see what other games we might be able to spectate.
We have Cryptic Witcher versus Nemesaur, I guess.
Yep, we'll take a quick 2-minute break and then we'll be back. And we are back. And we're back with the final round in the winners bracket. It will be Cryptic Witcher versus Nemesaur to see who gets the first spot in the finals of the finals. Obviously, we've seen both these players earlier today. Nemesaur running a pair of control-oriented decks, and Cryptic Witcher with a control deck, and obviously with that Rainbow Champion deck as well. We saw him take out Huncho. Now let's see how Nemesaur fares. Interestingly, we saw TGS take out Super Ollie, who had a very dominant performance over George in that first match that we streamed today. Did lose to Cryptic Witcher. And then on Nemesaur's side of the bracket, he had to go through Q Pioneer, Thor, Infernix, and Noblesse. So both of them having to really work to get to this point. But let's see how we go.
Looks like in the losers bracket, Huncho took out Thor. We have Meepo and Ollie playing at the moment.
That'd be a great match to see.
Yeah.
Obviously, as we've said throughout the World Championships, we've got the ability now with our client to go back and record matches now. So if there's any matchups that everyone watching would like to see in particular, I think that one in particular I would like to record it regardless. Let us know on Discord or Telegram, or I'm not calling it X, I'll call it Twitter. And yeah, we'll do what we can to make those happen.
Just call it the platform formerly known as Twitter.
Oh, he wants it to just do everything. It's like, but it was already really good for the one thing it needed to do. I mean, it was good enough for that one thing that was worth $42 billion, but apparently that's not enough. Oh well. Anyway. Let's see how we go. As always, yeah, just a reminder for anyone who might be tuning in. This is the winners bracket final of the grand finals of the 2023 Rainiverse World Championships. We've battled through 12 preliminary events, hundreds of players, thousands of dollars in prize money to get to this point. 27 players started today, and yeah, we're going to battle down to crown our inaugural world champion. Big shout outs to all of our partners who help make this happen. Obviously Merit Circle and Beam being hugely supportive of the World Championships. Big shout out to Pentoshi for sponsoring one of the events. And as always, this wouldn't be possible without our tournament partners Bluemint, who have been amazing throughout the entire tournament series. So a big thank you to Bluemint and all of their team for helping to make the Rainiverse World Championships a reality. Just waiting for Nemesaur to jump in. And we'll get this show on the road.
Any predictions for this match, Marty?
Uh, I mean, Cryptic Witcher has definitely had, I think, the more impressive tournament series throughout the World Championships, but Nemesaur just has such a history of winning past tournaments that we've ran, whether it be our smaller weekly tournaments that we host or the bigger events. Um, it's really hard to figure out who might come out on top here.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've got the benefit of having seen both their decks. I wonder if Nemesaur is aware that just how much more aggressive he needs to be playing when Witcher pulls out that Rainbow Champion deck, just to try and push through that clock.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to have that Rainbow Champion in the mix. These sort of like control-oriented meta breakers, where if you just sit back and are too passive, then you can get punished for it. So I'm really curious to see how that goes. Cryptic Witcher is definitely the larger unknown entity, having only recently like smashed it in the tournament scene. Coming out of the gates with a win for our first tournament of the World Championships. Whereas Nemesaur has been very consistent, like you said, so could be anyone's game. Looks like Nemesaur has joined and is ready, and Cryptic Witcher has just raided up too.
Cool, here we go. So this is our winners bracket final. Nemesaur, aka Bone Hunter 89, against Cryptic Witcher.
Good luck.
We'll see who we're spectating. I can't remember which decks, which one's which, but yeah, we'll see who we're end up spectating. Looks like we're starting out spectating Nemesaur.
With his orange deck. See if Witcher is leading with his Rainbow Champion, or he's
I guess we'll have to wait and see. Green Hero feels to me like it'd be Rainbow Champion, because there's not a lot of green cards you normally run in these decks. We know if it is that deck, that Flame Salamander in Nemesaur's hand will be quite handy.
absolutely. like similar hands for both players so far.
Yeah, relatively normal sort of early game. Minotaur obviously being one of the powerful early game defensive drops. Draws the recursive, doesn't have the purple yet for it.
Could swing then Shocktooth.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Wrong way around.
lost in the Minotaur.
Small misplay there.
Let's see
Potentially a
if
big,
that
potentially a big
yeah,
misplay.
adds up. They can snowball if you make a mistake like that early.
Yeah, especially these sort of control-y sort of matchups. Card advantage. Yeah, there we go. Just realised.
To be fair, lots of pressure. This is a high stakes, so it's very easy to make mistakes in an environment like this. It may not have mattered with the Shocktooth Tiger played anyway.
Yeah. Having said that, you never know. Maybe there's a different play based on a different board state. Probably not though. But
Yeah, I'm gonna say probably not punished in this instance.
yeah.
It's like a mirror match.
Obviously, you'd have to imagine that both of these players have played against each other a lot during the tournament series. We'll be very well aware of the decks that each other are preparing.
Time for coffee number 4.
Oh, it feels that way.
I know a lot of competitors have stayed up late or got up early to participate in the tournament. We were out there with you. It was 6:30 a.m. wake up.
Yeah, it's the only unfortunate part of having a truly global community with RT-LOL is it does mean that trying to find times for global events such as this can be a little awkward, but we do what we can to try and cover as many time zones as well as we can.
His face.
It's getting a lot of pressure through.
Yeah, Cryptic a little bit against the ropes, and I do see a lost in hand. Even without Chastity airdrop, lost can represent a lot of sudden damage.
I mean, there's an airdrop on the other side, but yeah, nowhere near enough red gems for the combo on that side.
I'm gonna see a board clear here. Q-Rug.
For sure for Q-Rug. Wrath.
Wrath. Like Q-Rug Light.
Yep. Fun inclusion there of having the meme coin mania in a deck that does run Wrath. Potentially being able to pump. Do you fire elemental here? I guess you would.
to 16.
I mean, Zeal can clear Cronje, like Cronje with overkill. Because that's gonna trade in here.
To avoid giving any extra HP to Cryptic. Otherwise, he'll almost do it. Yep. And the 2/3/3s, babe.
Given that the meme coin mania is in play, I'm tempted to just drop the 1/1s.
True.
Put you at risk of Shock Tooth Tiger. But it adds a lot of just power on the board.
He's going for the 3/3s. Bit of a safer play.
Yep. Just out of range of the fire elemental, but Cronje with Meme Coin Mania is pretty strong here. That's a big rip off the top.
Definitely.
Oh. Yeah, I was just thinking, maybe it actually isn't. Because Cronje just deals with it and you get overkill damage through. This puts more pressure.
Yeah, close game.
There's a Chastity being staked. Flips. Gets the hit.
Yep. Unexpected. Ooh. Chat off the top.
That's a lot of life steal.
We know that Cryptic's Chad's already dead. You're gonna need something good to counter this. There's no super clean options in these colors unless he's got like a Zeal.
Bud helps.
Guess that's the best option Cryptic had.
Yeah, Bud gets rid of the life steal too, which is nice. play the sand elemental here.
Yeah. Why not? You know, there's no Q-Hug anymore. This is out of range of Zeal. This is actually really hard to deal with. Looks like Nemesis gonna take game 1.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing what the answer here could be. Out of range of Lost Chastity. Double crypto? No. Quick double crypto, there's an airdrop. Zeal? No.
Didn't have it.
GG, but that's game.
Nemesis takes game 1. Well played.
So now I guess now the question's going to be, will obviously Nemesis has to switch decks, but will Cryptic Witcher stick with that control deck or go over to the champions?
Nemesis.
So I believe this is the same deck again for Cryptic Witcher. This doesn't look like his champion deck.
And given that he lost game 1, he's going first, which can be a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. not seeing many other players run the Black Swans. They really are, like, they're an interesting card. They're very high risk, high reward if you're in the right spot for them.
Yeah, I think it's because they have quite niche utility since they were changed so that they damage you based on toughness of the HP of whatever they consume.
Yeah, the 70S. Only 4.
But we got some good ones. Eyes of Sin.
Yeah, hitting the Eyes of Sin really is what you're looking for. At least for the turn that you play it. Getting the 2 recharge gems that would then let you play 2 of the other cards seems very, very strong. Nice clean Black Swan spot there.
Before Nemesis can play a Q-Rog.
Yeah, the acceleration of the 70S is pretty massive.
Yeah, Black Swan can't hit icons. Can't be banished. Can be frozen. The chat.
I mean, if there's a card to envy besides Quantum Rug, that's got to be up there, right?
Yeah. There's the stakes, Salamander to swing for 10, full heal.
Interestingly, Nemesis is still a turn off from being able to play.
He
can
might
drop like
die before he gets a chance to play a mythic minion, right?
Yeah. Swan doesn't do it, Air Elemental doesn't really do it. I mean, Air Elemental's not bad, but...
Sneaks 1 extra damage in with maintain money.
3 extra damage.
Don't hammer 2 more. Oh, Crypto Van brings him to lethal. Just going all in on Chad.
All in on that.
Yeah, really pressing his Eyes of Sin advantage, hey.
Alright, so can't Rug, can't Chad.
He can cold storage again.
Yep.
I mean, that's got to be it. And hope for no Flame Salamander. Put some bodies on the board to block Elon. I mean, you can Water Ellie instead of cold storage.
Water Ellie's risky though, because you're putting a body on the field that can get hit by Lust.
Yeah,
hit by
that's
anything.
if you don't put bodies in the field, then Elon just kills you.
Yeah. Yeah, so Elon's a kill here. Flame Salamander.
There it is.
Game 3.
Good game.
Alright, I think we'll switch over to Cryptic's point of view for the last game.
The Rainbow Champion POV.
Yep. just do it straight after the mulligan so we don't get that spectator bug.
A lot of defensive cards in hand for Cryptic.
Sorry, was that?
A lot of early defensive utility cards in hand for Cryptic. What's he doing off coloring? Hey, gets some blue. It's just water early.
Might get that usual water early trade back and forth for a bit. We usually see after formations if we still see like defenders see play with some of the new cards.
So have we seen any champions played yet? Don't believe so, right?
Haven't seen any, no.
Let's try to keep track.
Obviously, once the rainbow champion's in hand, we can just mouse over it. I'm curious this deck. It'd be interesting to find out from Cryptic Witcher after the event finishes how important it is to still put pressure on your opponent where you can, like this board state here.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at the first event of the World Championships, um, Cryptic Witcher won with the Rainbow Champion deck, not with the Rainbow Champion win condition,
Mm.
but just by killing Huncho. Yeah. Big 50-50 there. And that's especially good in this instance because the majority of Cryptic Witch's effort, or at least part of it, isn't even going to trying to kill Nemesaur. So, you know, taking the hit
I
from
feel like
killing the
I just
bigger
want to
minion.
time travel here.
Yeah,
Time traveling a Black Swan just feels so good.
swing face and time travel.
I guess we're going probably
Not
cold
do that
storage.
anymore. Whoa, 4 time travels in there. He's trying to bait more cards.
Mm. 7 cards in hand.
Four time travels, a zeal, and a cold storage. It's yeah. Nemesaur can build the strongest board he wants, but it's going to be tricky to be able to actually leverage it.
So it looks like Exy just beats George.
Oh.
So obviously on our end game screen we track cards played and minions killed. So Exy played 144 cards to George's 133 and killed 100 minions to George's 94.
That's insane. That was Phoenix on Phoenix, was it?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, meanwhile, time travel killing 2 big minions.
Yep.
Did you go full hand?
I mean, maybe that's the way you try to deal with this Rainbow Champion deck. Try to time travel or banish into it to fill its hand and hope you spike one of the champions.
Yeah. Best counter for time travel. There's more time travel apparently. as the Rainbow Champion. Still have 2 time travels. Okay, so 5 left to go.
Not a bad zeal, but
Interesting.
stakes the Black Swan there. A bit too risky to risk playing on the board like this.
Yeah, definitely. So he's got... Nemesis has 6 cards in hand, so even with another time travel he doesn't discard anything.
Cryptic's gems at the moment are a little awkward. No green, no yellow, and no clean way to get it.
Yeah? I mean, you could stake the Rainbow Champion.
Could. I mean, there's a rug. Don't think I've ever seen a rug staked to play a champion before, but you never know, that might be the play.
It's the first time for everything.
Hmm.
It's an interesting game that Nemesis has to play here. Apply enough pressure to use up all the board stall cards in the Cryptic Witch's hand. And then there might be a window of opportunity to try to kill him before the Rainbow Champion is fully enabled. He just keeps drawing more. So the easy counter to this is obviously the Flame Salamander, but Nemesis isn't running it in this deck.
I guess that's a good thing in the post-formations world, where there's that second tech card against freeze. Maybe that opens up a few more options for best of freeze. So we're definitely still waiting on yellow and green, as well as pink and blue. 6 cards left.
Ooh. This is gonna kill 2 cards if he time travels now. 1 off the board and 1 from the draw.
Thought that was the rug getting staked for a second.
He rugs first so that he can time travel it back to hand if Nemesis doesn't kill it now.
I wonder if Nemesis realizes, like, because if he time travels it back, it's probably going to be to stake it.
Oh, the Envy. It's just not as useful versus a Rainbow Champion deck there.
there's the blue.
It's just pink and green left to play.
Yeah. And there's the
Rainbow
Lotus.
Lotus. Mm.
He's still... Oh no, because you can use the Lotus to get a yellow or a pink. Yeah, he's got to play this carefully.
Does he have it next turn? He doesn't have the pink, right?
No, he's got 2 cards left. Unless he has a pink or a rainbow card.
Needs to time travel the rogue to...
Oh, imagine if Nemesaur trades into the rug here. It's not a bad trade either, even if you didn't know about this, the gem situation.
Have we seen all the Raini ones play? He liquidates it.
Hey, there goes the rug. Okay.
To be fair, Cryptic could still potentially win just undamaged.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, never
Okay.
mind.
I was gonna say, he's played this deck enough to know what he needs.
Oh, they were both rainbow. Yeah, so Nemesaur has rogues in hand that he envied, right? But
Unfortunately,
GG.
so that moves Nemesaur down to the losers bracket and gives us our first player in the grand finals, Cryptic Witcher.
Congratulations to Cryptic Witcher. Well played to Nemesaur too. That was a really close match. Great to see.
So yeah, that's the winners bracket sorted. That advances Cryptic Witcher through. We've got some massive matches about to take place in the losers bracket. The winner of Huncho and Meepo against Noblesse. Exy and JG joined against TGS.
It'll be good to spectate the TGS match, I think.
Yeah, I don't think we've had a TGS match so far today.
Whereas we haven't had a chance to watch Meepo, but we've seen Honcho and Noblesse, so
Yeah. Oh, hopefully Meepo can make it through and we'll see him in a later round.
absolutely.
Cool. With that, might take a quick break and we'll be back with that next matchup shortly. And we're back with the first of our losers bracket quarterfinals. In this matchup, we have TGS and Exy, who will be battling it out. Obviously, being the losers bracket, this is an elimination match. But yeah, both players done quite well to get this far. So let's get cracking.
We actually already had the other quarterfinal play out while we were on break. Noblesse managed to knock out Huncho. So the winner of this will play Noblesse for the finals of the loser bracket against Namasaur. The winner of that will play Cryptic Witcher for the grand final of the World Championship.
Yeah, definitely getting to the pointy end of the tournament now.
It's like we're watching Exy.
Yeah, luck of the draw who we spectate the first round, I guess. Looks like a fairly standard control deck on Exy's side so far.
Well, Fortune. I was thinking TGS was playing control too, but Fortune went for a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, it's obviously interesting when you see, like, you know, we kind of say a lot of players are playing like this 4-color control to give themselves access to the powerful mythics. But there's still a lot of decision making, a lot of play within that, in terms of how aggressive and which way you choose to build the deck.
Appreciate how fast these guys are playing to begin with as well.
Yeah, it makes a bit of a change from spectating like Huncho and Nemasaur's matches. Obviously, these players who have played so many games against each other throughout the World Championship, especially with these probably the same decks or similar decks, be very much getting to a point of understanding the matchup and knowing what they wanted to do.
Does he get the Eyes of Sin? He does. But the Banish had a mild backfire there in that it gave an extra 2 HP to the Titan. Probably worth it in exchange for pushing damage though.
Well, there's the 2 HP dealt with, I guess.
So TGS was getting a fair bit of damage through, but is now up against solid walls. Triple Nifty in hand.
Just waiting for the right target, really.
Paper. I wonder if that's just as a gem fixed. So freezing the Titan buys time and rate to gain 1 extra power. Combo it with the Lorem Ipsum and get the Vino straight or TGS. quite a bit of pressure on Exy, hey?
Yeah. Unfortunately, with being banished, Fenrir is still very, very playable, even with Exy not having the right colours.
But it does reset its power.
True.
Even more juicy to 59 mixing buffs. Paper hands to stem the bleeding a little bit. Splash with the TGS. Very different play to what we've seen for most of this tournament.
Yeah, much more aggressive take on sort of 4-color decks. Potentially, this is the answer to the Rainbow Champion deck. Don't give it the time it needs to establish itself.
He's putting up a pretty decent defense so far, though.
It's an awkward
Although
board
there's always
state.
playing Guardian minions versus actually clearing your opponent's board. Especially when you're playing a deck that clearly has so much banish.
Which is a regular. Makes the elementals now a trade into the Minotaur at least. That still gives a easy 2-for-1 against the Satoshi.
Maybe he's got a crypto ban, runs the Rainy gun in, plays that, runs it into the Satoshi. Ooh. Or just banish. Yeah, that's what I was saying about he didn't clear the board. Now he's within crypto ban range. To come back from this spot.
Almost in Snow Leopard range now. Could Satoshi and liquidate your own Satoshi?
Always angling for someone to liquidate their own minion, hey.
It's a fun play.
One day.
Yeah. Works nicely with Sloth. Sloth and Gluttony not seeing that much play this World Championship. Maybe post formations they'll see a bit more action.
You got a TGS as the crypto ban, right? If not, it could get interesting, but
yeah.
Even without, if he's got another ban it.
Yeah, I mean that's a
Look at
big
his wall.
Gonna play Minotaur 2 or Zeal, I think. Zeal?
Yeah, Zeal.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yield farming? Just to... Yeah, why not? Laura Mibson has the lifesteal.
Oh, Mibson would be good. It's a bit late.
Yeah, if he gets clicked back. I wonder if that turn order was different. If he played the draw first with Laura Mibson, maybe that might have affected.
Yeah. Generally, in a card game, you want to be, if you're going to be drawing as part of your turn, you want to do it as early as possible so you have maximum information, right?
Yeah. Although, to be fair, every minion's asleep at the moment, so there's no immediate benefit. But even whacking it on the Satoshi.
Yeah. I mean, Laura Mibson. Looks like he doesn't have the crypto ban. Wow.
So clear it the old-fashioned way.
The wall is holding for now. And now he can lure Ipsum into a big lifesteal, actually. Oh!
Airdropping the crypto
Unless it's
ban
just
would be
BM.
such BM.
Nah. Yeah. That's big. Lure Ipsum Satoshi now is like a big swing, actually.
You can even lower Mips and Zeal this turn.
Yeah. Or Titan, or can you do, you can't do all three, right? It's 5 plus 4, 9. You can do 2 of these cards.
Buff the Satoshi.
You're a Fire Elemental.
Fire Elemental gives you the most.
Takes 8 off the board, heals 8.
Yeah. Do you want to Titan, or do you just want a massive Zeal?
Zeal is what, 10? He's got a total of 12, 16, 19 HP.
Theoretically... Ooh, hasn't got the second pink for the Liquidate.
You could trade the Fenrir into the Rainigon and then Zeal. Should clear the 3 small minions at least. That's the safer play, I would think. It also gets you the heal from the Fenrir.
I mean, it also just
Yes,
prevents
good time.
the Rainigon being able to swing into Satoshi. Means it has to be the
Yeah.
Elemental.
I mean, he has healed himself a fair bit, so there's not imminent risk of death. Titan is immune to banish at least. Ooh, oh, double hit on the Satoshi. That's quite unlikely. Still up against the ropes. Could stake the Shucktooth and go to 1. Liquidate the Elon makes sense. Deal. Does he stake the Shucktooth? Just leave it there. I guess you could title up a Manticore Bob if he were like a...
It's tempting to switch over and look at what's in TGS's hand, but we'll keep the way we've been doing it and stick to one player's view.
Yeah.
So we know there's no crypto ban.
There wasn't, at least. He could have drawn one now.
May not run it in this deck, maybe runs it in the other one.
Not bad, but...
That's game unless XD can draw an answer. That's not an answer.
Not an answer. You'd stake it, see what you get.
Oof. Is that... Nah, not enough. Costs too much.
Didn't have enough gems. He was, yeah, a few off.
Close though.
Yeah.
We saw in a
Wow.
previous game, envying a Chad is an interesting play.
I've had some Satoshi gems that could have been a good combo.
Mm.
Well,
So that
GG.
is game 1.
TGS, right?
Yeah, we'll switch
over
over.
to TGS's perspective.
Yeah.
Money print.
Aggressive green deck. Ah, spectator bug. There we go. Hey, Professor Cohen. First time I think we've seen that today.
Yeah.
Fill the board, give it force field. Pretty strong play.
Glossy. We've seen a pretty good mix of colors, right? Like across all 7, I think.
Yeah, we're seeing some impressive range of decks. A lot of decks obviously leaning into that 4-color theme to give themselves access to some of the powerful mythics, and obviously the 7DS mythic in particular is seeing a lot of love today.
I wonder if EGS will run chubby aliens in this deck. See a bit of green. I know his opponent ran it last match.
I mean, I personally, if you're in green, you want to just whack one in there anyway. It's such a, it can be such an amazing end game card. The green theme deck is actually a really good example of a way to play it, where you've got all the quick mana ramp, draw into big minions, and then you use that tempo advantage to give yourself time for the chubbies to sort of power up. And before you know it, you're dropping multiple massive minions on the board each turn, which is very hard for any deck to come back from.
What was the game we saw earlier today where the Eyes of Sin powered out and going to first powered out an early mythic minion?
Oh, it was one of them.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of RT
The opponent
today.
died before they got to 10 gems, so
Yeah.
that was an interesting one. I think it was a Nemesaur game, wasn't it?
Feels like it. Strong sand elemental there. And we've got Temperance here too. Shout out to one of my favorite cards from 7DS. There's a lot of them, but Temperance in particular was one of those cards where we came up with the design. It's like, can we actually do this? Like, what does this do to the game? And we tested it, and it's like, yeah, this is actually pretty fun. So
Yeah.
you can time it correctly. Temperance out of nowhere can have a drastic effect on the game. And obviously the big thing is, it's not so much about the fact that you can't stake gems anymore to gain more gems. It's really about the fact that you lose that extra draw every time.
Ooh, regulate.
It's a nice regulate.
Yeah. Regulated into oblivion, basically.
That sounds oddly familiar for,
Yeah, the crypto space.
yeah.
Can we opt soon? I've definitely seen that happen to multiple industries in Australia, or as I like to fondly call it, Nanny State Island.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I also did have surgery earlier this year, and all I had to pay for was the parking, so...
Oh yeah, I wouldn't live anywhere else.
Yeah,
but yeah, no country's perfect. Australia's as close as it gets, though, probably. Niftying the Seraph and killing it.
Mm. Awkward spot. Regulate doesn't quite get it done. Regulate's not bad though. Knocks the shield off too.
Stakes it instead.
A little short of pink at the moment for the Dorsey and the Cohen. Always one of those challenges when you're running 3-color or 4-color decks. Just making sure you've got the right colors there. Yeah, theoretically, you can put any cards in any deck, but sometimes you need to just be very conscious of how your gems will develop. Again, able to just establish that really wide board. Although
This time on a much higher HP total.
Yep. But also this time with TGS with a rug in hand, so I think we're gonna see a rug this turn.
Yeah, it's a pretty good spot for it.
I mean, 4 for 1, you really can't ask for more, can you?
You can. I don't know if it's right to. You could regulate, kill the sand elemental, nerf the rest, try to bait some more.
Yeah.
He takes the rogue.
Man, the art team did a really great job with that VFX.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. No time travel in hand either to... Oh, the envy.
Oh, there's two going back the other way. Just swung first, but doesn't really make a difference. Could have potentially saved regulate there and had 2 minions in the board. Not sure if that's better or worse. Does Exy just drop a okay. I think just drop a Q rug there.
Rug.
Can't liquidate it. That'll work though.
If you want an even trade, yeah, that's 2 for 1 there for you, like, not in your favor.
Yeah.
So, Exy definitely getting a pretty strong advantage here, I'd say. And the Aurora, setting up the long game. He's got a lot of inevitability between 2 Q-Rogs, Aurora, 47 HP.
Chooses not to play the Satoshi there. Baiting the rug, I guess?
Paid off.
We know there's still one more in hand. Can't liquidate Aurora. Don't want a Temperance yet. Really can't play 2 cards.
He could liquidate, he has to stake one on the legendary pinks though. Or like the Temperance or something.
Yeah, like, what in your hand here do you actually want to stake?
Probably the Temperance to liquidate. I don't know if you need the HP.
Actually, he's only got 4 green as well.
Yeah, true. Oh! Pauses, takes the 11. He's gonna play the Temperance, I guess.
And that's not bad just to get gems back out. One short on the Zeal. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be...
That's one rug dealt with.
Yeah, he could have 2, right?
We know he has
One
2
from the envy, his own.
From the envy.
Yeah, but as in he could have 1 from his deck. He's got a Chowder.
Chad.
Yeah, of course this is what it is, isn't it?
I mean, that's probably going to draw out liquidate number 2.
Yep. I wouldn't expect Exy to have a lot of burst. And TGS has already seen the deck from last game, so I don't know that you'd need to play Temperance yet. Dorsey also represents a 5 HP heal to the hero, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, 5 to the hero, 2 to all friendly minions.
That'll do it. looking for 7.
You want a Temperance here, you're staking the Blaze Dog, but you don't really have much to follow it up with either. You'd Cohen, but that's not great.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult spot.
Dorsey doesn't actually get you out of lethal range, yeah.
Zilla's not a good trade with the Rainy gone.
YOLO the Zeal here?
Oh,
What else is there? Here we go.
good luck. Best case Mastodon, really. You're not gonna kill that Rainy gone.
Oh,
Ouch.
I think that's game, yeah. Well, it's not game, but it's...
I mean, that was about the expected result. He had to get lucky to kill the Mastodon.
Throws the Liquidate away. Oof. That's not bad. That's game.
GG.
Nice use there of the
One of
Lorem
it.
Ipsum. So which is the deck?
Alrighty, back.
So the deck we haven't
deck.
seen would be one of Xyz? Is that right?
Yeah, we swap back to Xe now.
Yeah, let's wait till after the... Ooh, we have a very aggressive deck here. With the 70S. Interesting choice to stake or regulate when you've seen like a very aggressive turn 1 drop from Xe.
Yeah.
Oh, this is an awkward spot. I guess you stake the Centaur, play the Mantle. Oh, get rid of the Crypto Man. Probably really wish you still had the regulate. Oh, or had another one.
Looks like this is gonna be a Phoenix deck, right?
I mean, it's got the Lambo, so you'd imagine, and you're in
Still
red.
got red, yeah.
At the very
So
least,
maybe it's like a early game aggro to get to the Phoenix late game and then just outlast.
yeah. Would be nice here, because they play the right colors.
Missed the 50-50.
I mean, you maybe just 70S here. Look for the
Yep.
gems. Yeah, there it is. Not a bad turn.
I want to play the huddle.
Stakes to Vitalik as well. These are interesting choices against. I mean, we've obviously got the benefit we can see Xy's hand.
DGS plays his budget Eyes of sin.
You want to go wide, you can Imp and Zeus. Maybe even stake away the Exodus here if you need the colours. Just take the hodls.
I'm surprised I'm not
If TGS doesn't have an answer this turn, there's a lot of potential damage swinging in next turn.
Yeah, Hell's Hammer.
That's not a great answer. You probably just freeze it and just ignore it.
We do know, however, that TGS has Temperance in his deck. Don't know that Axie knows that yet.
True. And to be fair, the
Could
last game
overextend.
was only up to 4th ring, so it didn't seem like he was hunting for the 5th.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's tempting to just do 19 to face here, but...
I think that's the right play, honestly. I wouldn't bother. I was thinking maybe you don't drop the Zeus because you don't want to get extra gems. But you get the benefit of it first. At least here you're representing lethal. And I mean, a Temperance here is a really awkward way to try to catch back up.
Yeah, definitely. You wouldn't want to do it here.
Well, there's 10, so Rug or Chatter online.
Look at this.
Gave up the Aurora for it.
Aurora's a big tempo loss at this point. It's hard to play when you're behind, I believe. It's within energy blast range.
Ellie yield farming? Maybe just energy blast it. Don't even risk it.
Rainbow
Oh,
Champion.
That's interesting. Have we just not seen champions? I was not expecting that.
Yeah, that's really unexpected. He wouldn't just be playing it without the other champions, would he?
If he just wants a 7
rainbow-
rainbow cost body, or I guess
Suppose
theoretically.
like if it's just a staking body, yeah.
Yeah,
like
but
just
I mean,
to fix.
if it's just a staking card, you just run Rainy Guns, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but then the deck construction limits. Maybe he wanted it in his other deck, or
Yeah, true. Interesting choice.
he does have some pretty ambitious like the energy blast he needs another yellow for example.
That's nice. Trade in there as well.
Yeah, perfect. Keeps the pressure on.
Yeah, I can't imagine that there's going to be a champion in the last, what, 18 cards? Yeah. There's the Temperance.
Ooh, Temperance.
Very interesting effect. Obviously, when you deck like what TGS is, really important to make sure you've got the right gems out by now. That's why you've got a full tray, you can't sort of filter them anymore.
Also reduces you down to 1 card draw per turn. Unless you cast like yield farming or something.
Goes for the blast. Sits on the Wen Lambo, because that obviously can combo with Schiff as well. As in you can play it without them expecting it. Zeal's a board clear. You just sort of go wide here, maybe. Exodus doesn't feel great.
So Leprechaun can generate rainbow recharge gems. You can't stake them anymore because of the templates.
Still let you just use them as a spell.
I love that interaction with their marker. It's easy, instant yellow recharge.
There's a yellow champion. There's no way this is a rainbow champion deck, is there?
He already staked the rainbow champion, didn't he?
Yeah, but if you don't need it. Maybe it's there just for the mind game value?
4 colors, haven't we? I mean, yeah, but there's rainbows to get the other 3, I suppose. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if it's a rainbow champion deck.
Leopard's not bad here. If you want to do the super greedy play, you'd ping. Not really.
There's the Phoenix.
Good old Phoenix Lambo.
Don't even really need it at this point. I think it's very hard for TGS to come back. I mean, Phoenix will help.
Yeah, I mean, 1 card in hand. You could probably just even energy blast. Can you do both? No, not enough yellow. Yeah, besides I'm tempted just to trade there. Gives you a stake if you wanted to. But then just drop the Phoenix and go.
Ref losing his shield to the down market straight away.
Yeah, I would have to say this is Xy's game at this point.
Kurog just in case, yeah. He's just dog, BDS of dog at this point.
Yeah.
I guess that's the downside of yeah, playing Temperance even in the mid game.
Yeah, Temperance is a very interesting card because while it's, you know, gives you a huge swing in life, unless you're able to counteract the tempo disadvantage, and I mean if you're behind on board, Temperance doesn't catch you up. So one of those classic cards, very, very powerful, but a lot can depend on how and when you play it and how your opponent responds to it. What would that last card in TGS's hand have to be to potentially come back from here? Chubby doesn't do it. Knowing what's in Xy's hand, Liquidate doesn't do it.
Yeah, I just don't think it's possible, to be honest.
It would need to be a Rainbow Champion, and he'd need to be using a hacked client that felt he'd already played all the other champions. And even then he hasn't got the 7 gems, so we'd have to also hack the gems as well. Yeah, there's the GG.
He doesn't have lethal in hand, but yeah, not far off it.
I mean, slight misplay there, should have played the Lambo first, but, you know, don't think it's going to make a drastic difference. Still not lethal. Oh yes it is. Draw, replay the Phoenix, yeah. As made infamous by Huncho, that is the Phoenix Lambo combo. It's good to see that being played in the World Championships after it was so dominant for that short period of time and it sort of dropped off a bit again.
Yeah. Yeah, fantastic match there. Well played to both participants. Congrats. Yeah, on making it this far and for the upcoming semi-finals of the losers brackets.
Alright, so Xy takes the win there. So let's have a look what the bracket is looking like now.
I think next up we have Noblesse versus Xy.
Yep, Noblesse and Xy. Winner plays Nemesaur. Winner plays Cryptic Watcher. So we're down to the final few matches of the World Championship.
Fantastic. Let's get ready. I'm just gonna charge my headset a bit more while we take a quick break. And then once the game starts, we'll be good to go.
Cool, back in a few minutes. Alright, quick break that one. We're about to get stuck straight into the losers bracket semi-finals. Noblesse and Exi will be battling it out. The winner will face Nemesaur in the losers bracket final, and then we'll be on to the grand finals. Always respect that Exi is rocking the custom card backs.
Hell yeah, they look great.
I believe that was one of the ones that came out of the collaboration with Leonardo AI, I think. We ran a competition for their community, for them to use Leonardo's generative AI technology to design card backs. And the winners not only received prizes from both Raini Studios and from Leonardo AI, but also got to see their creations featured in-game, which is very cool.
Yeah, there's some awesome entries though.
Got to admit, as a game developer, a little jealous, because, yeah, takes me a lot more effort to see something I create in a game, but, yeah, very cool for everyone who participated in that competition.
Don't worry, ChatGPT is catching up. It'll be a great Unity developer before you know it. If Unity still has game developers by that point.
Oh, man, I mean, definitely a topic for our next developer AMA, what ChatGPT is doing in terms of game development. There's some interesting stuff happening there. And yeah, there's been more updates on the Unity side of things as well. If you read gamesindustry.biz, they did a really interesting article, which, so that we don't get marked as like an 18+ stream, I can't directly quote what they said was said to Unity, but yeah, apparently they got interviews from a lot of inside sources, and there was some interesting activities within Unity and from their partners after they made the initial announcements a month or two ago, whenever that was. But anyway, we've got Noblesse with the aggro deck in this matchup this time around, and Exi with the more controlling deck. Being able to nifty a Fenrir with lifesteal is not the worst thing in the world. Managed to get at least one hit where he'd want it. That's an interesting trade. Do you? Maybe not. I was just wondering, do you Zeal there? It's an early Zeal, but it's a 2-for-1 still.
Zeal is yeah, such a strong card that you kind of have to hold it to a high standard with how much value it has to give you.
Yeah.
Killing 2 small drops isn't enough in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, it gives you quite a big tempo swing, but yeah, I agree. Gets the hits. What's that?
This time he trades.
1 in 3.
Yeah. It goes for days.
Doesn't seem to have many good answers to that, or to either of these Titans, really. drops the 7DS, 1 gem open, looking for the eyes. Maybe missed it. Oh, there it is. Could hammer isn't bad. Banish does nothing. Double freeze. Yeah, there's the hammer. Still a 2 for 1 and use the spell as well. It's not ideal. Maybe just Minotaur. As the game goes on, it's less and less useful. And at least puts something else on the board.
Wait, chooses nothing.
Yeah, I mean it's probably the right play, honestly, given his hand. But just never feels great just clicking it back with a full gem tray. $50-50. Could liquidate, could zeal, could Raini go on, but it's not great. Goes to liquidate.
Was that a miscalculation?
Potentially, yeah.
Was he just hoping that the Satoshi would die?
I mean, got very unlucky, I guess.
It was like a 50-50 as to which one lived and which one died. like, actually it was more likely that the Satoshi would live, right? Started at a higher
Yeah.
HP total. So this was like the expected result. Mm. Anyway, that gives Iblis like a pretty good position actually. There's not much in Axi's hand. It's an interesting move.
It's not a bad regulate spot there either, but it just doesn't really catch up. Good nifty first.
Nifty the... You can play a Rainy Gun and nifty it, right?
Yeah, but
Then you're almost dead.
you're taking 17, and that's like assuming there's nothing else in hand.
Nifty the Mastodon.
Nifty the Mastodon.
Lorem Ipsum it. Run it into the other Mastodon. Heal for 5.
Try to think if you could regulate in there somewhere as well. Same play, but with the Rainy Gun.
Rainy Gun, yeah.
That force field on the Satoshis was super awkward there. So that's why I got stuck on trying to use the regulate, because it gets rid of the force field and kills the 2-2. Because when he trades here, he's only going to gain 3 off lifesteal. I mean, he's back to 30s, which is fine.
So that play paid off. Ipsuming the Satoshi versus a purple deck without actually using it on the turn you play it.
Yeah, Hurt's not doing much now.
Ooh, there's the banish.
Gets rid of the Lorem Ipsum effect.
Swings down to 15, yeah.
I mean, Liquidate's nice. It's just straight burn with no downside because your opponent's on 40, but like, it's not the best. Do you maybe dig with? I don't know what's in the deck, but maybe dig with yield farming. There's got to be better. There's got to be better
Liquidate
answers.
the Rainy Gun, play your own Rainy Gun.
I mean, you want to be liquidating the Satoshi Nakamoto, really. Gets around the shield.
Yeah, unless if you're playing the Liquidate to kill the Forge Imp and remove the shield and damage the Minotaur and stuff. Yeah. But yeah, that if you leave the Satoshi up, maybe do liquidate the Satoshis, because then it can't 1-for-1 your Rainigun.
That's looking
Ooh.
very
Sand
close to
Elemental and
game.
Nifty, yeah. Is that enough? I think that's enough to buy another turn, isn't it?
Yeah, but like you're still just hanging on. Digs with the Aurora. Can dig with the yield farming as well.
That,
Oh, nobody wants to play both.
yeah, I think you got
Wait,
Sand
can't
Elemental.
7-4, yeah.
Elon Missile could do it.
That'll do
Yeah,
it.
Blast will do it.
Oh, yeah, it does it. Yeah.
GG.
That is game.
Game 1 to no bliss. I'll be right back.
Cool, we'll switch views after the mulligan. We'll see what Noblesse has for their second deck. Ah, that's right, I remember this deck. This was the cool Wrath, Meekness, with like a lot of green in there too, a lot of poison. Bit slower hand, I remember. But Zeus obviously making an appearance again. Good to see such a powerful legendary make its way into the top 4 of the World Championships. Well, top 8, sorry, still. Energy Blast and Swing looks pretty good here. You don't really want to trade 2 for 1. Although potentially there's not really a way to play 2 spells. That's a way to play 2 spells. Can Rainbow Lotus into a gem. Yeah. Yield farming. Okay. Still works. Could have otherwise potentially traded the Lizardman in. Obviously gaining extra venom every time a spell is played. It's an interesting mechanic, the green getting stronger if a spell is played. I wonder if we'll see anything in formations, maybe, that leans into that mechanic. There we see Zeus giving extra gems. Nobody's getting quite lucky, hitting the right color. Wrath feels like overkill. Snake the snow leopard to potentially hit 2, 4, 6. No, that's not quite enough. Meekness is a nice draw off the top. Basically locks down the Rainy gun. Goes the Wrath route instead. Double swing face again. It's a very interesting deck with its ability to just both control the board and put pressure on the opponent. Throws the Aurora, probably can't afford the tempo disadvantage to drop it. Regulate's not bad here, but it's not game changing. Capri, Leprechaun. Depends how wide he wants to go here. You want to keep the pressure up, and 3 damage on board is not really doing it. Yeah, so there's the Capri Leprechaun, just to get that pressure on the board again.
Testing, testing.
Yep, gotcha. Welcome back. So Noblesse here, obviously going super wide on the board. It's really just going to come down to if Xe has any sort of answer. Could be a Satoshi Nakamoto. Could be a crypto show. We haven't seen many Banish heavy mechanics today.
Hey, I think I'm back.
Can you hear me now?
What about that? What these? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep. It's the problem when
Been a
you-
fun game.
problem when
to
you- problem when you've been streaming for 7 hours straight is you can run into some slight technical difficulties at some point.
Yeah, definitely a new record for us, huh?
Yep. Well, I mean, it's the World Championships.
Yeah, there's a time. Actually making a bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, Noblesse went really wide on his board and didn't get punished for it. So between Snow Leopard, Energy Blast, and Griffin, there's potentially a lot of targeted damage here. And when you've got
Run your minion. Probably.
Capre's got 8 with poison. I don't think you want Vitalik here. I think Vitalik's worse for you. Misses with the lessons, unfortunately.
There it is.
Cool, nice play. And keeps the Energy Blast and the Meekness.
Chad's a pretty strong response given Noblesse's hand.
Yeah. You can definitely deal with it with Energy Blast. Is this maybe where it goes for the big Chad Doge?
Would love to see the powered up Chad Doja.
It's got the health for it. It's got the time for it.
Taking the meekness.
Just really want to see Ultra Chad Doge get played.
We've seen just about everything else we wanted to see
Yeah.
out of this. Tournament. Oh, I know the chubby aliens got played, but we didn't see it
Yep.
in the.
We've seen some Campai Pandas. Saw
Zeus.
Godfather.
Didn't
Zeus?
expect that.
Yeah, we've seen some Zeus get played. Clearly must be a terrible card if it's making its way into World Championship top 8 decks.
Make it. Hey.
Hey.
And immediately redrawn.
Yeah, that's the mechanic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just the first time I've seen it in actual game.
Yeah, because it goes top of your deck and then you draw off the stake. Working as intended.
Is he gonna go all the way or?
I think he has to,
Just
because
got the
a 5/5 pump tier is not really doing that much for him. And
Yeah.
for the sake of 3 health, getting the Ultra, which, yeah, with 15 cards left, that's a lot of stakeable cards there. Yeah, hopefully we'll have some people on stream so you get to see Ultra Chad Doge for the first time. That is a wall and a half.
Yeah, wow. Has Lorem Ipsum.
Pops it on the big one.
That was actually quite satisfying to watch. These huge titans just like walk into the enemy board and kill everything except the turtle.
Alright, there is
Ultra Chad Doge.
Doge, which importantly can ignore Guardian. Doesn't help this turn. Fills the hand with recharge gems.
But he didn't select the cost, right?
I don't think he wants to energy blast there anyway.
Yeah, true.
So plenty of cards to stake for the rest of the game.
So theoretically has access up to 14 gems per turn even without airdrop now. Play to deplete one, replace it with a charged, recharge another one. Actually, even more than that. Handful of recharge cards, yeah. We play the Lizard Man and then stake something. You could get a lot of venom off this.
Yeah, it's, like I said, Lizardman's an interesting mechanic there. I wonder if we'll see any more cards in formations that take advantage of playing spells. Could be very interesting. Could be a whole new deck archetype in the making there.
So he's got a hand of recharge cards but no other gas.
At the very least, he's got obvious staking cards for the next.
Yeah, two draws a turn.
Yep. Doesn't have to waste any real cards. Potentially can sneak out some bigger stuff with the recharges.
Solid Zeal. That's 3 for 1, including a shield. And yeah, now the pressure's on, at least.
So you probably play the Blaze Dog and stake the green recharge. Or yellow, depending on which, or any really, depends which gems you want to use.
Yeah, it's interesting because if you stake first, you might get a minion to buff with the venom. But if you play the Blaze Dog first, you can stake to replace a depleted gem. He's going for the info first. Didn't get punished. Paid off in this case.
Smoke green every day.
I think I'll probably just play the Tree Mage there.
Same.
And just get the venom on it, yeah. Yeah.
This doesn't do much at the moment.
You've probably got to stake again first, I think.
Yeah, definitely stake first in this position.
Oh, maybe he didn't want to play the Tree Mage because didn't want to risk losing the green without another way to replace it for Temperance.
Yeah, but I mean, he could have replace the yellow with a green when you play the tree mage.
True. I think here I just play the leopard, play the tree mage. Like, you just pretty much have to try and go wide and... yeah. We'll see what he replaces. If it's not a green, it could be... no, it's a green. Okay, so... potentially not worried about temperance. Or maybe not running it. Can't remember if this was the temperance deck or not.
I don't think Noblesse ran temperance.
I think this was just the more aggressive deck, but unfortunately here, this is what happens when aggressive decks sort of run out of steam. Be really good if there was a card in formations that worked really well in this specific deck and just gave it that late game punch.
Completely unrelated to cards that interact with spells, hey?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember, I think we've actually, I can't remember if I've leaked that card or not yet.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have.
Oh, okay, oh. Yeah,
But
Pandora
not
is super
everyone
fun.
is watching it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, Nifty's the sand elemental. Big wall. Looks like we're going to a game 3. But it's not over yet. We don't know what's in Twitch's hand, Exy.
Another snow leopard. I mean, the deck that Xy's playing, I know we've revealed Athena's Blessing will be a very interesting addition to that deck.
These just aren't the cards you're looking for in this spot.
Ouch. Yep.
Yeah.
Move
Fair
on
enough.
to the next game, yeah.
Meeknesses, tree mages, and snow leopards for days.
Yep. Alright. Final match. I think we'll stay where we are. Maybe? I don't know. We'll switch back to Xy.
Yeah, we should. Whoever won the game.
Yep.
We do see Rainbow Lotus in the opening hand, though. For Noblesse.
Yeah, it's more fun to watch it from the other side, though. So,
We see a 7 in Xy's hand.
I mean,
Don't know
yeah.
if there much in this matchup.
If Noblesse, like, Lotus's turn 1, theoretically has, like, 4 drops, turn 2.
Yeah, just stakes the wrath.
Yeah, a bit early in the game for that.
Even late game versus an aggro deck. From what we were seeing from Noblesse, he doesn't really have much top end. That's the Phoenix. No Lambo yet, but 70S very early here. Oh, goes for the Manticore instead and misses. Yikes.
Yeah, it's... It's an interesting hand that Xe has. I guess he just has to like 7DS next turn. Hope to hit well. That's a miss.
I'm surprised he didn't 70S this time.
Generally, it's good. Like most players like to wait the following turn so you can actually still drop the
As of sin.
yeah, if you draw it. And here we'll have 5 out of 7 chance.
I don't think we've seen anyone miss yet today, right?
No, I mean it's pretty good odds, but it is random.
Takes the Rainbow Champion again. Yeah.
Also gets the 7DS down to a cost of.
Yeah, true.
Hey, missed it.
There we go. Bad luck, Xe. Sorry, mate.
There's Super Chad Doge in hand.
It's easy on the board. I believe that's one of the biggest cards in the Blizz's deck.
Oof.
Oof, that's good,
It's not the
Only-
best crypto ban. Can't play it either.
Still needs another red, yeah.
Nowhere near
If he could-
Blockfather.
If he could play it now, it'd be pretty strong.
Still leaves 2 on the board.
Yeah, but knocks out a shield and reduces 1-1. But anyway, that's all
Yeah.
moot because he was missing 2 red. Now
Yeah,
just
called-
missing 1.
Yeah.
That's a good play, yeah. Let's see if Noblesse gets baited into committing more, especially 6 and under HP stuff.
I mean, we unfortunately know he doesn't run the Flame Salamander.
leprechaun.
There's no way you get greedy here, is there?
Nah, this is so juicy.
Yeah, you just have to hit it.
I oriented. Ouch. And then freezes the survivors. The turtles will get their shields back. Still a fair ways off Blockfather. Needs 2 more blue.
Hmm.
And only 1 yellow, so... I mean,
Yeah,
you
it's
could water Ellie. You could...
an awkward
Gemini, I
hand.
guess?
Oh, it's a
Mm. Just Gemini.
Gets a good hit with the freeze.
Hits the CZ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Snow leopards and turtle can trade. It's yeah, you lose 1 minion.
Yep. Unless he has something better and can swing face.
There's the super, which means as pumped can just trade straight in.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't want to.
Wow.
That feels like a just misplay.
Yeah. I don't see any reason why you wouldn't want to push the 4 damage for face and keep a snow leopard.
Now we're 1 off Blockfather. We don't have the blue. Can't yield farm. Can't CZ. It's actually a really awkward hand.
Yeah.
Yellow champ trade with the Doge. It's not great though.
And then pass.
Like
Take
you,
13.
you're on a 2-turn clock, and unless he actually draws away to Blockfather, I can't see an or draws like a Wen Lambo to give. No, even that can't play CZ.
He really needs that 5th blue source, hey?
Yeah, I think this is over. It'd be even worse if Nobly still had the Snow Leopard.
He may not get punished. I mean, this is turning into a marathon, so the players could be getting tired and making misplays as well.
For sure. Yeah, it's very easy for us to sit back here and look at the game with no stress, but obviously these players are competing for thousands of dollars in prize money right here.
Does not draw the blue.
That doesn't do it. Could stake it and yield farm to dig, but I can't see an answer here.
This is rough. Like a cold storage might buy more time.
I mean, that's a turn late.
Yep.
That's
It
game.
was in the other order.
I mean, player yield farming, and
You could still
yield farming
still
into
get a cold storage.
crypto ban. Yield farming into cold storage. Can't rug.
Rug.
Can't energy
Ooh.
blast. No, that's game. The aggressive deck takes it down.
GG. Wow. All because of an awkward hand. This is yeah, the punishment for having this many colors and, you know, a
Yep.
5 blue, a 3 yellow, a 4 rainbow.
Runs
Sometimes
out.
this just happens.
Runs out the clock.
GG. We have a Noblesse and Nemesaur losers bracket final. Wow. Well played by both players, but yeah, that's a surprising result. Mostly just because aggro decks usually struggle versus control in this sort of instance, but
Mm.
yeah. Awesome. GG. We are down to the second last match.
You could say the penultimate match.
You could.
Which would mean that match that we just watched would be the anti-penultimate match.
Which would make you a complete nerd for knowing all these advanced vocabulary. Well
Or
played, Marty.
or just someone that used to host trivia nights.
Yeah. I mean, that's like, that can be used interchangeably, right?
Pretty much. Alright, so we're at the losers bracket finals. We're going to see Noblesse and Nemesaur
Looking forward
battle
to
it
that.
out for the rights to take on Cryptic Watcher in the grand final.
Be right back.
And we're about to get our losers bracket finals underway. We have a rematch from earlier in the day with Nemesaur, aka Bone Hunter 89, up against Noblesse, who just, or both of them, or Nemesaur just got knocked down into the losers bracket for this round, and Noblesse has been battling their way through here for a little while. Alright, both players are ready. Here we go.
Okie dokie, we are back. This is the rematch
Yeah.
between Noblesse and Nemesaur.
Be curious to see if either of them obviously can't have changed their decks, but may have adjusted their strategies at all heading into this losers bracket final.
Looks like we're observing Nemesaur first. Maybe he'll have more of a chance to actually get some value out of Ivan this time.
Yeah, Ivan hasn't really seen a lot of play for Nemesaur. The one game that could have been really handy was sort of locked down quite hard by like the Meekness, Wrath, sort of combo I remember seeing.
Yeah, definitely. Seven Deadly Sins changed things a bit. Prior to that, the more power the better. It added another layer of complexity. Where in some instances you want to stay below a certain figure. Double Penguin Mage start. Hasn't really drawn anything to take advantage of the temporary gem advantage yet though.
Not yet. Realistically, you'd be hoping for like a recursive reality or a way to banish it. Get some quick damage in.
Powering up the Fenrir though. Could be an advantage if you nifty it, I suppose. Now you get some advantage.
Where this gets really spicy. So we know obviously that Bone Hunter was knocked down into the losers bracket by Cryptic Watcher on his way to the finals. But which of these two decks or two players do we think has a better chance in the actual finals against that seemingly the deck to beat, being the Rainbow Champion deck?
Yeah. Maybe Noblese's more aggro deck
Yeah,
has a better chance.
but then it's got to get through Nemesaur first.
Even then, if Cryptic gets the god draw like he did versus Namasor in game 3, where every turn he can just lock down the opponent. It doesn't matter how aggressive you are, how many strong minions. Yeah. Still gonna be an element of risk, but I guess we'll see. In any case, the Penguin Mage made the difference in getting that Rainy gone out a turn earlier than normal.
And sometimes that single turn of tempo is all it takes.
So if you're Nobleist, you kill the Water Alley with your Minotaur maybe, and the Penguin Mage with your Fenrir. You probably want to do it this way, just because, yeah, whatever kills the Water Alley gets frozen. Better to be a Guardian minion.
And that board is so juicy for a Regulate. Or a Snow Leopard. Wow.
Unfortunately,
Druid.
Druid on the stake.
Yep. Gemini? Freeze the board up?
Yeah, I guess you swing, kill the Minotaur, and then Gemini.
I mean, Gemini with Ivan on tech.
You could
He's
nifty your Rainigon as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, Gemini and Ivan on tech, you were saying. Yeah, it's a very strong combo.
Yeah. Just
If it goes on ants. But yeah, I don't think this deck of Nemesaurs has a lot of like small AoE damage, like a Regulator or similar. Shocktooth Tiger.
yeah, it's more the big finishes. Nice hit with the
Smash the Shocktooth. Would have preferred that to hit the Fenrir, but that's still a good outcome.
yep.
Just play another Rainigon here. Clear the board with your Gemini. Seems good to me. So we have Noblis with a bit of an HP advantage, bit of a card advantage, but Nemesaur and initiative, but Nemesaur has like a pretty big body and a deck that's better in the later game, I would say. Which is what we're heading into now.
Having said that, Nemesaur's hands, there's not... It's awkward.
Not very proactive.
Yeah.
Okay, that removes the major threat.
Nemesaur, at least here, will have the amount of blue gems required for the Blockfather. Could probably just even snake the Snow Leopard here. Get the 5th one, put 2 damage on face. Yeah. Water and air. potential combo there at some point.
Yeah. Do you just play him for the bodies here? Or do you really
Nah,
want the on-play utility?
I think you click it back. Like, I just don't think Noblesse is putting any pressure on Nemesis at this point.
Plays at least one.
If Noblesse goes wide, you could nifty it into Air Elemental and banish 3.
Yeah,
Looks like
Forgent
Noblesse
isn't
just
gonna do much.
didn't quite get the sort of aggressive draw that this deck needs. Like here, do you just literally Air Elemental and swing?
Yeah.
Do you stake the nifty Ivan? No, it's not much there.
Stakes the cold storage to draw a cold storage.
Seems like a good trade.
You get the blue gem. Definitely got to give the advantage to Nemesis in this position. Crypto man, it's good. And replays the.
I mean, it's putting a little bit of pressure on the board.
Yeah, doesn't feel great to block Father here, but I don't know what would be better. Maybe stake the cold storage first, see what you get. Could be wanting to hold a cold storage for the Hoskinson's there. Yeah, or I'll go block father, I guess. There it is. Ooh, unlucky.
Yeah, maybe not the result there that we're after. Having said that, it's not a bad result.
I mean, it is literally the worst result you can get.
True, but still freeze the enemy board and drop an 8 body. It's
Yeah,
not,
yeah.
Although, when you're running Flame Salamanders, that does change it a
Ouch.
little bit.
Yeah.
Do you trade here? Do you just swing face? Put the pressure on?
I gotta think face.
Ooh.
Oh, especially with Elon. Let's see where these missiles
Greedy
land.
Elon.
Double face.
Yep.
Oh, actually, one hit the block father, sorry.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
see him with the
But
package,
didn't, yeah, went greedy, still didn't trade.
Gotta be a rogue, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can swan here.
We just saw a flame salamander. If he's got another one in hand, risking the cold storage seems very ambitious. Yeah,
That feels like a rogue.
Takes the yellow champion. Is that for the second yellow source for Chad Doge? Has he staked any Chad Doge cards yet this game?
I don't think so.
Chad on rogue action.
Classic matchup. Can't Black Swan it though.
See? Yeah, Noblesse has definitely turned this around. Freeze him, I guess.
I mean, you can Water Elemental, but if there is another Flame Salamander, this could be game right here.
Yeah, but what alternative do you have? Hoskinson doesn't kill Chad.
No, but it brings it down into range of the Water Elemental. I'd drop the Hoskinson now.
Yeah, I mean, that's just not... He's got the cold storage in hand. He's trying to catch some more.
Yeah.
He needs like a Flame Salamander and Meme Coin Mania or something to win it.
That'd be a sick way to end this game.
Even Flame Salamander and like a random Manticore.
Yeah. Manticore's good because it adds that little bit of RNG.
You gotta think if he had it, he would have acted there. Oh!
I mean, that's staking. Oh,
No, doesn't have the Salamander. He's still firmly in the lead.
yeah.
He needs a strong play here though. Something out of range of Hoskinson. 7 or more HP. Have you got anything like that? Noblesse?
I mean, that's just. Ooh. That doesn't change much. It changes what you trade with. So definitely, I reckon cold storage Hoskinson.
Cold storage Hoskinson.
Trade with Pink Champion, Fortiface, flick it back. Envy the can't play it. Ooh, do you risk leaving the chat alive?
Yeah. That's more like greed than envy, isn't it? Let's see.
I mean, you can still
Thinking
envy the
about it.
Hoskin. You can still envy the Hoskinson.
No, it has to be
He's doing it.
opponent's. Yeah, it has to be opponent's minion, right?
Oh, sorry, yeah, it is too. I was thinking, sorry, of Nifty. Yeah, wow, okay. This is greedy, but
Imagine the Flame Salamander off the top.
this could be the play that makes or breaks the World Championship. Does Noblesse have the answer?
Yeah.
It's red.
If Nemesaur can hold on for a little bit longer with 2 Chads.
Wow.
Doesn't have the Salamander.
Laura Mipson wasn't going to do it. Crypto ban.
Ooh.
Wow, that's a mass. I wonder if he
Kills
realizes.
his own Chad. Blocks the envy. What a play.
I mean,
And Nemesaur at 4.
but like, it's a brilliant play because why else would you leave the chat alive there if it wasn't for the envy?
Yeah. I mean, if that was the raid, then all credit to him.
If that's the read, that is some absolute like top tier, like
Mastery play, yeah.
yeah,
He has played Nemesaur, so he knows what's in his deck.
yeah. There's the envy.
I mean, yeah, much weaker now. But it doesn't even have the yellow source. He has to stake one to play the other, right?
yeah, that's why it grabbed 2. Air Ellie, you really want the lifesteal, I think.
Yeah, play the... Ooh.
Oh, I can still do it with the
Yeah.
the recharge.
Does he have another crypto ban? Or has he used them all?
Crypto ban does it.
He's lost his Elon already, right?
Yeah, Elon's been played. Chad's been
Lost?
played. We haven't seen a Lost yet.
Is Lost in this deck?
I'm not sure. We've seen so many 4-color control decks today. I can't keep track from my head. I could look at the server logs, but I don't want to miss this.
Because if he doesn't do anything, then Nemesis has lethal with Ivan.
Yeah, he's got to drop something. Part of me wants this to be a BM crypto ban.
Like rope to crypto ban.
Yep. There's Zeal, that's board
Zeal.
clear.
No life steal for you, Nemesis.
But now you look at Nemesis' hand, he's got literally nothing.
Yeah.
That
Nifty lick.
he can nifty the Fenrir,
Cold storage.
but he's tapped wrong. Oh, he's gonna grab that. And then liquidate it, I guess.
Liquidate and cold storage. Do you have enough gems?
Or just cold storage. He's got to go the greedy play here, so far behind.
Does he liquidate his own Rainy gun? No. Be funny if he gets lusted or crypto bans and that was the play. Wow, the stylish finish.
Has the combo.
There you go, well played. What a game one.
We'll switch views. Alright, we've got Noblices. Ah, this is the aggressive deck. If you can pull off the win with this, we've got a Noblesse Cryptic Watcher final.
Man, we've watched so many games today. Do you remember what Nemesis' other deck was?
Off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I think they were both
Phoenix?
controlling variants. I think Nemesis had the more orangey as his second deck. Or was that the first one? I can't remember.
Enough. Yeah. Slow start for Nemesis.
Yeah, Noblesse here can...
Tree
Yes.
Mage.
Yeah. If you want the aggressive play, you stake the Snow Leopard into
Take
Tree
the
Mage.
Snow Leopard, play the Tree Mage, yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Stake the snow leopard again. Oh, misses. Guess you just play the leprechaun and then trade both in. Or you could do lizardman tree mage again. Just replace your board.
Keeps the tempo up a bit.
Yeah, gives you that extra gem.
I mean, leprechaun sticking long term is great for that. But you gotta stick it. Doesn't have the spells to play, unfortunately, to get the lizardman poison up.
Must be pretty disappointed that snow leopard missed. He could have just traded the lizardman, otherwise double tree mage.
Yeah.
Well, at least he cheated out a leprechaun a little bit early.
Which is good. Gives the rainbow recharge next turn if it can't be answered.
Also makes it hard for Nemesaur to play a minion that you won't get a favorable trade with. 4/6 stat line, pretty good versus most 5 drops.
Yeah, green's got some pretty solid minions. I mean, that technically answers it, but it's not great.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1, but you get a rainbow recharge on
Hmm.
Noblice's side. And initiative.
Is this where you actually drop like double tree mage? So like recharge, obviously. No, you can't double tree mage.
You could. You'd stake the lizardman, play
Oh
the
yeah.
rainbow recharge,
Use
right?
use the recharge for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm thinking like doing that makes it a harder decision. Like, does that keep the leprechaun alive, and is that worth it?
It's not a bad turn to do as well because Nemesaur only has 5 gems, so he can't crypto ban next turn. Which means you get some value out of a tree mage probably. Going a different route there.
Yeah, meekness not really
Just
kicking
doing
in
the
just
tree
yet.
mage lizardman. Ooh.
I guess you just swing face here. Yeah.
He might have misplayed the... Could have played the lizardman too if he selected the gems. Maybe he didn't want to. I suppose lizardman gets traded unfavorably. Stakes the recursive.
Yeah, you don't really want to have recursives when your opponent's running cards like Tree Mage or Vitalik, obviously.
Yeah. It's an obvious trade. Don't let him keep the tree mage longer than necessary. Wow.
Wow. Five, six, seven. There's a fun play here where you Lotus for a gem, stake the recharge, click it back, and hope he extends into the Vitalik. You're taking 6 to do it.
Yep. There's many ways to play around that though. Just play something with 5 or more HP.
Hmm.
Capray survives double Matador. Yeah, that just seems like a good one. Stakes the Satoshi. He's trying to put on a lot of pressure in return. Maybe play a meekness here. Save yourself 8 damage. Lizardman, Meekness, Rainbow Lotus. What was the Rainbow Lotus? Okay. So Vitalik's online next turn. Nemesis got a cool card back as well.
I think that was one of the Ultra card backs from Season 1, I believe. It's a good play, but it doesn't get you out of range of Vitalik. Although now is Vitalik the right play?
Yeah, probably not.
Stake the Chad Doge, Energy Blast into a Manticore feels really weird.
Yeah,
And then put 5 on face.
I mean, stake the Chad Doge and see what you get first.
You're on 27, I think you can afford the 5 to try and get for the Ultra. Even Super is pretty good here.
Yeah, maybe just play the Super. Nice energy loss. Not sure what he's holding the Rainbow Lotus for.
Potentially just to stake it. It really doesn't seem to do much on the current board.
True.
And you want to be a little bit careful with Pollinate as well. With the interaction with Meekness.
Yeah, But unlike Aurora, it only affects your minions on the board when you play it.
Hmm.
So you have more control.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cronje is pretty useless if you can't counter the meekness. Flame Ellie isn't great either.
I mean, it's nice clear, but I think I just want to, yeah, go for the Ultra. Although if you're looking for a clean board to drop Vitalik on, this is the board now.
Yeah, it just doesn't do much.
No,
You
it's
want
just,
better lane usually. You want to like be advantageous, right?
whereas at least going for Ultra Chad Doge is giving you the recharges to the board
I
clear.
really like that interaction though with your opponent playing Aurora and then play Meekness and it can work against them. Stakes the Rainbow Gem instead. Just gonna have to pay Vitalik here.
Is he afraid of walking into a rug?
Nemesis not gonna want a rug, is he? Unless he genuinely has no seasons, in which case, yeah, these minions of his are pretty much useless now.
Didn't he stake a recursive reality? Was that this game?
He did, yeah. That's how he got the purple gem.
If he just runs one,
That
that
might be
could,
his only season.
yeah.
And even if he had another season, there's another Meekness in hand for Noblesse.
Yeah, it's awkward. Oh, he does have the other recursive. Wow, that's a big swing. And clears the board at the same time. Noblesse obviously has another Meekness here ready to go. Could shift. We have to stake. Can't stake the Super Chad anymore. Could shift into Meekness. If Nemesis has a season, it's over. If he has a crypto ban, it's over. If he has a lost, it's over. Although he's missing one of the reds. That won't do it. Zeal for 11 clears the board. Would need to be Energy Blast into Vitalik, but we don't have enough. Griffin works. Energy Blast Griffin. As long as he taps correctly. Could also Vitalik into... Has to be careful not to stake the Chad Doge too. No, Vitalik into Griffin doesn't do it. It's got to be Energy Blast, Griffin. Or Super Chad. No, Super Chad doesn't do it either. Has to be Energy Blast. Wrath's not quite there. The only problem here is that's not going to do it. Stakes the Lost. That's huge. So Vitalik here obviously answers the Pandas. Draws 2. Can't stake the Snow Leopard. Can't afford. Well, does being on 1 or 4 make much of a difference at the moment? Vitalik and click it back. Feels like the play. Staking the Lust. I guess Nemesis just couldn't get the 5 red. So Chris's headphones just died. He's trying to get that sorted. An absolute nail biter of a game here. The Energy Blast takes care of that, so that's fine. Moment can't Wrath and Energy Blast both in the same turn. Also has to be really careful what he stakes here. Is this the turn where you stake the Super Chad? Drops you to 1. Puts you in like Manticore range.
So a super close game.
Wow, is he trying to bait the Wrath here?
Yeah. If Nemesis thinks he's safe behind the Sand Elemental, he can swing for the wing. Flame Ellie.
I mean, that removes lethal.
This meekness is just demolishing Nemesis.
Can't stake the Super Chad anymore.
Lucky he didn't know, yeah?
Yeah. So you definitely Wrath here. Do you stake the Meekness? Because let's face it, if he's able to get rid of the Meekness, you're dead. Or
Yeah.
maybe.
Because he can do it on his turn. And well, I guess if you Wrath, then he's got no threats left, right?
Yeah.
I would still stake the meekness. Or you play the Chad Doge and stake the pink recharge or something.
Yeah, still got 11 cards in decks. There's still things we want to dig for.
Either way, you got to Wrath and
You 100% have to
trade
Wrath this
one
turn.
of the Snow Leopards into the Manticore, right?
Yeah. 4 for 1 off a Wrath. There goes the Meekness. There's a Rug, which is nice. Trade, Fortiface. Nemesis has 1 card left in hand.
He doesn't play the Chad Doge.
I don't think so. And he's staked.
I guess it's got pumped anyway.
Yeah. You can stake the Tree Mage. Nemesis staked the Lust. Earlier, needed the red, I guess.
Meekness. He couldn't use it.
Oh yeah, true. True. Has Noblesse managed to design the deck which is the counter? Is this the anti-meta deck that can win the World Championships?
He's the only one we've seen run Meekness all day, right?
I mean, the... Ooh, Blaze Dog lets him clear. Could get greedy and clear and put 4 damage on too, if depends on what he wants to keep.
I would definitely do that.
For old school TCG fans, if you remember the Magic the Gathering 1997 US Nationals, where going into Sunday, Mark Justice managed to run a mono green Whirling Dervish deck to take out the Necropotence field. This feels very much like what Noblesse has managed to build here. And hats off if anyone gets that reference or remembers the 1997 US Nationals. Can trade. Is it poison 2 or 3?
2, I think.
Venom 2,
yeah. Venom 2. So you could trade the Blaze Dog in, kill the Manticore, or just push Fortify. Yeah, wow, this is...
It's so tight.
You kind of just double trade and play your 2 green cards, maybe.
Yeah. Stakes the Rug. Oh no.
No,
Sorry,
that's just the Tree Mage stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, double trade. You're representing lethal. Opponent's top decking.
Nemesis off the top of the deck.
In your back pocket. He can stake it if he doesn't like it.
What is it off the top? What is it off the top?
Crypto ban would be funny.
It's a Titan. It's not enough.
It is enough to buy a turn though, isn't it? Probably doesn't have enough venom to one.
No, he can. I was about to say he could double trade Rugged. Oh, there's enough there. Buys the turn, but.
Cause it gains.
It's got just 3 damage. Not enough.
Ooh.
It's not enough. GG. Wow.
Wow, what a game. That was amazing. And Noblesse 2-0's Nemesis in the rematch after losing to him in match 1 to go through to the grand final of the World Championship. What a penultimate match. Well played.
So that brings us to
the grand final. That was amazing to watch. I'm gonna get some more juice into these headset to get us through the last match. I'll be back.
Alright. Yeah, we'll be back shortly. We'll get our players in and we will have our grand finals of the 2023 Rainiverse World Championships. Back soon. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor and privilege to be casting the grand final of the 2023 Rainiverse World Championships. We have Cryptic Witcher and Noblesse about to start their final best of 3. Best of luck to both players, and here we go.
This is what it's all been building towards, eh?
This is it. Playing for all the marbles.
Well deserved to both of these guys for making it here too.
Cryptic Witcher obviously, yeah, took out quite a few good finishes throughout the championships. And now is here in the actual final, coming through the winners bracket. Noblesse obviously having to take the much more arduous path.
Including defeating the person who knocked him down into the losers bracket.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And starting out again with that aggressive green-yellow deck yet again. Not quite sure yet if this is the control deck or the Rainbow Champion deck from Cryptic Witcher. It's an unfortunate miss. Will he go for the Snow Leopard 50-50?
Why not?
Yep, and he hits it too. Wow.
Yep.
Another Tree Mage.
Dominant.
Very
start.
strong. Having said that, not much left in hand. If he's not able to capitalize on this early tempo.
If, Cryptic Witcher. Yeah, not drawing much either.
Can 2-for-1 it with a Griffin and a Tree Mage.
Just play the Capre.
Or Capre and just swing face with everything. Just ignore it. Just keep maximum pressure. Stake the Griffin.
It's
get yourself...
dangerous with a lifesteal Fenrir though.
Yeah.
If it didn't have lifesteal, absolutely, but the lifesteal makes you want to deal with it, I would say.
Yeah, it's hard. You really want to energy blast it, but it's obviously
Doesn't
recent
have the
changes.
yellow.
Yeah. Could still Capri decides not to.
He's going face. Alright. Let's see if Cryptic has a way to punish that greed.
7DS with 1 gem up, obviously looking for the eyes. There's the eyes.
Gets him. You could get like Hell's Hammer to get a couple more lifesteal here. But he'd have to swing face or hit the Capre, hey.
Yeah, face feels very greedy.
Yeah, it does make it awkward with our mechanic of lifesteal only applying to damage actually dealt. This is the lizard man. Ooh. Bit of
Attacked the
a
wrong order
missile
there.
with that,
There's 2 points of
Yeah,
lifesteal you
could've-
missed there.
I think.
Banish
But
still
he
keeps the green
manages to
gem.
get the whole board.
If he's really worried about the lifesteal, he could actually just stake, yeah, an energy blast. It's, again, it's greedy, but, you know, when you make the finals of a world championship, sometimes you have to take those risks.
Lizard man, leprechaun. And then an energy blast. that green gem acceleration again. Banish is not what you want to use against the tree, mate.
Yeah, it slows this aggressive green deck down, but doesn't punish it anywhere near as much as... Was this the deck that ran like the 4 time travels?
That was the Rainbow Champion one. So if we see, I don't know if this is the champion. I think this is just the standard control one, isn't it? I haven't seen any champions yet. Yeah, I know the other one was like a blue focused one. We had a lot of cold storages and Rainbow Champion. We're not seeing any blue gems, so I'm thinking this is Cryptic Witch is a standard control deck. This is the rug.
Could Lotus... Oh, you can actually just trade with the, Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even need to Lotus. Maybe you just stake it at this point. Or you save it for like surprise +1 power.
Crazy idea. Do you just drop the rug?
Has a 10/10?
It's a 10-10. It's a 11-10 overkill.
Asking to get chatted or rugged in return. But yeah, if he doesn't have it. I don't see him making that play right now. He's desperate.
I mean, he's not far off lethal.
Yeah, but like even a Mastodon blocks it. There's the Chad.
Goes with the chat for the lifesteal.
Now maybe you rug it to block the... Oh, the lifesteal with overkill. Yeah, that's strong.
Yeah, I think you just rug this. You can't afford another 11 points of lifesteal.
He's digging.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Wow.
you gotta stake the Zeus.
And he got the Zeus to stake it too. Wow.
Yeah, that was lucky.
That's a hell of a draw.
Hi, Chad.
Wow.
Still, a lot of the damage has been done through that 11 lifesteal. Cryptic has some more breathing room and a huge card advantage.
Obviously, this is Satoshi, one of the most iconic RT World cards there. That's a very
I
hard
guess you
wall to
trade
get through.
in the turtle, sack your turtle, play the rug here probably. Stake first. That's not gonna do it. Hopefully he gets the order right. So he'll have an 8-8. Misorder.
No, it's not. Because it means he can still use Meekness. Potentially. Could be a misorder,
True.
but he could have also done that deliberately so Meekness still activates work correctly.
You're right. Could be a Giga Brain. Intentionally taking the 1-1 hit on the rug to make its baseline stat 7-7. It's an 8-7 now because of the active season, but you replace it, it will still be usable. And it's still out of China ban. Sorry, crypto ban range. Could have a shock tooth follow up.
Yep.
Yep, there we go.
Snow Leopard Blaze Dog following turns, pretty solid.
Cryptic Witcher clawing back. Oh, hits it. And the yield farming to
Card
refresh.
advantage,
Another yield farming if you
Could
want
play another
it.
one and still have Capri. Or Leprechaun.
He's really pushing for the card advantage.
He has to. He's when a tempo deck stalls like this, you've got to just yeah.
So both mythic minions are down.
And mythic spells as well. Kudos to this deck and the way Noblesse is piloting it. Like, he's relatively even, but that's through a 70s mythic. This could be game. Wow, that's probably the best result for him. Vitalic Energy Blast?
Yeah, that'll clear the board. What else can you do? Stake first, probably.
Yeah,
Maybe
probably
stake
the
the
turtle.
turtle. Could be Blaze Dog or Capre, because it's gonna be hard to play them. They're not very proactive.
Yeah, Blaze Dog's handy though, just it can answer anything if it can stick on the board. If he's worried about things like Rugzilla, potentially.
Yeah, I'd probably start by staking the turtle. If you want to try to draw into something else, you could start with like... Oh, there's almost no way you don't play Vitalic Energy Blast here. Stakes the Capre, gets a new Capre.
I mean, order doesn't even matter. And again, gets through Meekness. Cryptic Witcher wouldn't know this, like, has to try and play around it. Has the favourable trade there.
For now.
And gets some overkill damage through too.
Let's see what Cryptic does with the rest of his gems. He hasn't staked yet either. He's got access to 7 potentially.
Takes the damage from the Salamander. Let's see if those 2 points come back and affect the game.
Ooh,
Oh, has he got it? Has he got it?
Airdrop.
Oh, wow.
No,
Wow.
he does not.
There's the Meekness.
Doesn't do much with this board state.
But needs to play it because of overkill.
Yeah, true. Even then,
I mean, he can drop a body between the Chastity and the Vitalik, so that's fine. So he can swing in.
swing
No,
to the Mastodon, I guess. He can't kill the Titan. Then you
yeah,
Meekness.
is this game?
I don't think so. Like, if you put the turtle in between the Vitalik and the Chastity, you can swing
Yeah,
the Vitalik into the Mastodon. You play the Meekness to disable Overkill. You've still got the Chastity with Guardian, so he can only get 7 points of damage in, excluding what's in hand.
correctly
You
plays
can play the
that.
Cup Rate too, yeah.
Could have staked the Capra and played Blaze Dog, but either way works. Actually, that would have let him kill the Titan.
Mm.
But here
Oh,
he's got
dogfight.
like, yeah,
Oh! Oh!
wow.
Mantis Call wins the game. Holy crap. 1 card left in hand, 11 HP. That was down to the wire. What an exciting first game for the grand final.
All right, so we know Cryptic's second deck will be the Rainbow Champion deck, which we think that's the deck to answer it. So Nobly should have switched here, and he has.
We gotta watch it from Cryptic's perspective.
Yeah, I'll switch it over after the mulligan.
Forgent Manticore opener. Whereas for Cryptic we have Cold Storage, Time Travel, Q-Rug, Defender. Pretty good hand for Cryptic. You don't really want to draw the champions too early.
Yeah, multiple defenders. It's great to sort of control the tempo. He's gonna struggle with like the Rainy Guns. He doesn't really have any great ways to. He might just stake that for gem color. He doesn't know it yet, but that meme coin would have been a great way to clear defenders.
I mean, Forgent gets bonus damage when attacking a minion,
Yeah, true.
and Manticore can 1v1 anyway.
Yeah. So you probably just trade with the Forge Imp here.
Yeah. Let me see. Water Alley here, I guess.
Could Water Ellie, or you could Defender Bear Market,
Yeah.
or even just Defender.
Water Alley. Yeah.
It's like, do you want to try and hold on to like your elementals till a bit later on, where you can potentially time travel them back?
I don't think you can be that greedy versus a deck that you know is so aggressive. You
Yeah,
really
true.
just have to. If you can hold on to the middle late game, you got multiple win conditions. You can win through the Rainbow Champion. You can win through just, surviving and whittling down your opponent with bigger, higher value cards. Stakes the Zeal.
Trade bear market. Yeah.
Shock tooth. Nice cleanup.
Has to beat the Rainbow Champion deck twice to win the World Championship.
That is a big boy. Chose to play the Flame Salamander rather than keep it to strategically unfreeze.
I mean, Witch has a very awkward hand here.
Yeah.
There goes the cold storage.
Yield farming. I just want to freeze it.
Might have another Salamander in hand.
Ooh, Rainy. He's playing some big minions instead. I guess this is a time travel.
Yeah, what do you stake for it though? I guess you stake the yield farm?
Yield farming, I guess. You need the third orange. You don't want to sack the zeal.
Or you stake a time travel for it.
Stake the time travel to play a time travel.
It's an awkward game state. He's had to stake both the cold storage and a time travel. That's eating into his late game ability to sort of hold off.
So what's
the
he got
opponent.
left? One cold storage, 2 time travel, Q-Rog. Those are the main control cards left for Cryptic.
You can drop, yeah, 2 smaller answers here. Rug's not online.
Use heal here?
It's a Z. Yeah, I mean, you're probably not going to get much better Zeal turns. It saves the time travel.
Right now he's got 3 champions in hand that he does not have the gems for.
Yeah. There's a Rainy Gone that can be staked for one of them.
Or he could play it as a big body.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake though, like... It's not a bad body to drop down. But...
You have to be keeping track of how many gem fixing sources he's got.
Yeah.
He time travels. He's only got 1 left now.
got the gargoyle now for the purple.
Good use of Chad.
Yep.
Probably just gonna get Zealed now though, right? 2 HP, you wouldn't want to waste it.
Yeah, bear market. But then again, you also, I mean,
Yeah.
the Bliss is still on 40, and realistically, it's not about damage, so there's no way you gargoyle it, is there?
I don't think you want to give him Chad back.
No.
You could freeze it, buy some time, try to get a more efficient removal. Water early.
That feels a little greedy, but I mean, it might be the right play.
Yeah, no, he goes. Zeal. He's really used up his arsenal of control cards, eh? It's an efficient way to remove and do some damage, leave a big body. Definitely don't want to banish Elon. This is looking like at least might take it to a decider.
Yeah, just I can't
Oh, the Rainbow Lotus.
see. Yeah,
Pollinate.
wow. Doesn't. I mean, it's still not. Can he do it? He's got enough for that with Blue Champion? 6. Yeah, he does.
Does, yeah. Freeze the Fenrir. Could have done it in the other order to give +1/+1 to Blue Champion.
He
He
goes to
banishes
finish
instead.
Needs to play green, blue, and pink still.
He's got blue and pink in hand. He's got the... He's still missing the pink source, right?
Yeah.
So he needs a pink source and green champion. He's at 12.
I mean, sure, replay the Fenrir. Life still doesn't really matter, but it's a body that gets bigger. And that's lethal on board. Blue Champ can freeze 1. He's also got Gargoyle to banish the other. 7DS. Wow, it's a big turn. Do we have enough time? Frostbites. Pumps. Might have been trying to stake there at the end, but ran out of time.
We got double gargoyle here.
Banish blue champ.
Actually, he can't play the second gargoyle, can he? He's only got...
There's
the green champion. It's got guardian, which helps.
He's still looking for the big gem though. Has Noblesse played Zeal yet?
I don't believe so. Might have staked it early on.
Yeah. If he has it, there's literally no better board to do it on.
Ooh.
Is that
Lethal?
I think that's... Oh, Hell's Hammer. Yep, that's lethal.
GG.
We're on the game 3.
What a game.
And it's the aggro deck. It's the deck that should have the best chance against the Rainbow Champion.
Aggro deck versus Rainbow Champion. That's amazing. This is a fitting end to the event.
Alright, and we'll switch over as well. We'll look at it from the aggro perspective. We won't know what the Rainbow... Oh. We know he's got the yellow potentially in hand. Oh, he's going to throw it away. Alright, let's have a look at Noblesse's hand. Lizardman into Tree Mage into Leprechaun. Stakes a cold storage early. You just throw away the meekness here. Yep. I don't think this is as relevant in this matchup. This is a sick curve if he curves out here. And then Leprechaun potentially gives him the third yellow for Energy Blast. There goes a time travel as well. This is with the leopard.
Yeah, unfortunate. Probably gonna lose the Tree Mage now.
I mean, that's fine. Really. There's 2 cold storages and a time travel gone.
Hey. Double water alley for Cryptic, locking down the board.
Freezes both, but I mean... Sure. Recharge, Energy Blast.
Do you take the 1 in 3 Snow Leopard?
You could flip it. You can't Energy Blast first.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't Energy Blast if you go that way anyway.
Can't Energy Blast at all. You got a Rainbow Recharge if you want to Energy Blast the healthy one.
Yeah.
And you actually can't Total Warrior either. You could stake the Snow Leopard for the 1 in 3 and then Tree Mage.
Well, what's Witcher gonna do next turn? Does he double trade into the Leprechaun? If that's the case, Snow Leopard's the right play.
Yeah, lots of options here.
Zeus is interesting.
Plays the turtle.
Yeah. Goes wide. Could be baiting out a
Could be a time travel.
no, I haven't
Doesn't
got
have the
three.
third orange.
He's already staked one as well. Okay, he's gonna leave the leprechaun up. Wow.
Army of water elementals.
Another rainbow recharge. Energy blast, the healthy one. Drop the lizardman.
Yeah, maybe in the other
Or
order so you get the extra venom.
or Zeus trade. Flip the snow leopard. There's the Zeus. There's the trade. Flip it.
50.
Hit it.
He gets it.
Is that the coin flip that wins the 2023 World Championships? We know Cryptic knows his deck inside and out. He's already won a championship event, the opening event, with this specific deck.
He's got the 3 orange for time travel now.
Goes for the draw
There's
instead.
yield farming. Maybe a cold storage.
His gems are ugly. Double draw.
Oh, he's digging deep.
Is he trying to race? That's cool.
It's kind of like mid-level vanish.
Do you take that out with the leprechaun?
Good question.
Stake
Gotta
for a
think
yellow.
Probably go face, personally.
I mean, yeah, if you go face, all you can really do is trade into the 2/2. Or it means he gets it back if he time travels. Yeah,
He takes the conservative route.
that's the better play against time travel.
You gotta think there's a time travel coming now. He's got 4 of them in his deck.
He dug a heap, and we've seen him stake one. So there's 3 left.
He might have been wanting to do that, like just buy an extra turn of drawing so that more's committed.
Wow,
Yield farming again.
it's got to be cold storage
Just
now, doesn't it?
non-stop digging.
Unless there's a cold storage, this play feels very weird.
6 gems. I guess he's still at a pretty healthy life total. That's
Yeah,
the
except
thing.
that dies to a swing from Capri.
Sure, and what you got?
Capri has poison
9
for type
damage
and
through.
3.
Meekness not very useful in this matchup. You could stake it. Maybe the rainbow recharge gems are better because you get the tempo.
Which mythic does Cryptic have in this deck? We know he'll have the 7DS mythic, but is it Rug
I
or
think
Chad?
it's Rug. It's Rug
Rug?
in this one. Yeah.
So he probably doesn't want to go super wide.
Ooh, Rainbow Lotus.
Could Lotus and Energy Blast.
Yeah.
It's not.
Gets 4 extra damage in.
I feel like you're better off just with Capri. Okay.
Just plays another turtle.
Using the turtles to leave himself something on board in the event of a board clear. This would be the Rug turn if he has it. There's the cold storage. Again, he's got that potential play of Energy Blast, Rainbow Lotus as a potential board clear. I mean, all it's really doing would be slowing down Capri. The challenge here is not overextending into the Rug while applying enough pressure.
Rug or time travel. Yeah, it seems like Cryptic is playing this very differently than the last game, where he was quite happy to spend all his control resources very early last game. He's being very frugal with them now.
Goes for the gem.
It's the leprechaun. This is juicy for a Rug or a time travel.
Yeah. Time travel actually would kill or destroy the next draw. That feels more like a Rug? No, okay. May have miscounted cards in hand.
There is still some benefit in destroying a known quantity rather than just burning a random card.
True.
But yeah, probably would have been better to hit the face. On average, I would think. Anyway.
To get the most body back on the board, you just really kind of double Capri. Or you could be using your Rainbow Recharge for it. You could Capri Leprechaun.
Yeah. Seems decent.
Double Capri is not bad. Pair of 5/8s is a solid board presence.
The leprechaun gives you the card advantage though.
I mean, I also don't hate double Turtle Warrior. Okay. Similar stat line, but he gets the gem every turn. Same again, time travel would blow a card.
Gotta think, Cryptic has like 3 time travels and 3 cold storages and a Q-Rug left, right?
He staked a time travel, he's played a time travel, so there's 2 time travels. I think the same with cold storage.
Okay. Those champions played.
Yep. We don't know what sort of theoretically, we've seen him play orange, so that's 3. So that's the thing. The Bleeds could be on a 3-turn clock here. I
Yeah,
think
if he's unlucky. But I think you gotta assume that it's gonna take 90% plus of the deck draw.
yeah.
To beat
I
that
think I
from
actually
Rainbow
don't
Champion.
mind like trading here and then Vitalik just to get like a bigger body on the board. No, just gonna blow it. Good swing face here.
Yeah, you can just get that face damage in, I think.
Yeah, put pressure on.
Another time travel.
No red or pink gem yet for Cryptic. So
It's probably the best banish.
that's a board clear. You just like dump your hand here. Vitalik, Leprechaun. Maybe Energy Blast, the champion.
Smoke green every day.
That feels like we're about to see a time travel.
Or a rug.
Well, Rug, you'd assume you trade him, wouldn't you? Again, if you don't care about, yeah,
Yeah,
if you,
time travel.
if you don't care about damage. Digs again.
How many cards left in Cryptic still?
5.
Yeah, wow, he's getting close.
Yep. Yeah, this is very much at the point where you have to assume it's there. You just need to try and drop as much damage on the board as you can. Like, I think you just stake the snow leopard. Put you on 16.
Yeah.
If you've, or was that 6 and 8? No. Plays the leopard. Takes the draw. I guess, yeah, the 4-3 body is nice. Let's see if those 2 points of damage come back and hurt him. Or he can stake it next turn. There's the pink. Still no red gem. There's the red.
There's the red. We might have it next turn.
Wrath's not doing much this game. You could Vitalik and then flip the Snow Leopard if you wanted to clear. But I don't know if clearing is the right play here. But I mean, 3 damage is also not doing much.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Noblesse. We might have the deciding game of the grand final of the World Championship, won by a Rainbow Champion. At 15 HP. It's possible one of the pieces is on the last, what, 2-3 cards? He's rogging to buy time there.
There's the rog. There's the rog.
Is it? Yeah, 2 cards left. He can draw both of them next turn.
Smoke green every day.
Alright. Ready for the fireworks?
If he wants to do both, he has to stake correctly, but he knows that. There's the red.
There's the red champion.
He hasn't got the right gems. He can't rainbow this turn.
Did he just rush the red champion?
Or has he missed one? Has he not played one yet?
Ah, he needed green as well. That's got to be all the champions done.
He's 2 damage short. Shift with Pumped can clear out the green. He needs 2 damage from somewhere.
Man, that is close. He could yield farm first. See if he can find like a...
I think you shift first, don't you? Makes the yield farming
Yeah,
cheaper.
shift yield farm. Hope to get a Snow Leopard if he's got any left. Stake it.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, Snow Leopard could do it.
If he's got any left in his deck, though. Oh.
Rog's a turn late. That 2 damage earlier. Remember when he didn't Snow Leopard?
Yeah, when he didn't stake the Snow Leopard, that could have been it.
We'd have to go back and watch
Wow.
the replay, but I think that Snow Leopard may have cost Noblesse the World Championship. He can put 11 on face.
Under 2 HP. What a finale.
One there. Wow.
Oh, he was down to 1.
Wow.
What a game.
Wow.
Holy crap, what a finish. That was amazing. 1 HP. Rainbow champion.
Wow.
Deciding game of the grand final. GG. Well played. That was incredible.
Wow. I know I've said that like 5 times, but in
Yeah,
the
wow, that
final
was
game
amazing.
of the final best of 3, he pulls out the win with 1 HP left. I'm completely lost for words. Congratulations to Cryptic Witcher, our inaugural 2023 Rainiverse World Champion.
Yeah, huge congratulations, very well earned, Cryptic Witcher. And yeah, well played also to Noblis, the runner-up, by a very close margin, clawing his way back from the losers bracket, defeating everyone in his way, including Nemesaur, who knocked him out into the losers bracket in the first place, and then 1 HP off taking the whole thing. But it wasn't to be. Rainbow Champion. First time we've ever seen Rainbow Champion win a tournament in the World Championships. Crypto Witcher won with this deck the first event, and now he's taken the whole thing.
Yeah.
Very fitting.
I need to go back and rewatch that replay because I'm sure there's potentially spots there. Like,
I think both players misplayed every now and then, but I think overall it was pretty top tier play. Very well constructed decks, lots of tech cards, counterplay. Yeah.
yeah,
But
shout
I
out.
know the point you're talking about with
Yeah,
the snow leopard. Yeah.
yeah, shout out to Noblis. Like, built some very interesting decks, very different what the rest of the meta was playing, and literally could not have gotten any closer to winning the World Championship. Cool.
In chat it's interesting they're even saying like Noblis is saying I had 3, 4, and 5 attack minions on board. You froze the 4 attack and banished the 5 attack.
Yep.
If he had the 4 or 5, that would have made the difference too. This is a really good showcase of where every point of HP can make the difference. So yeah, amazing.
Absolutely. Well, with that, I think we'll stop the stream there. But yeah, thank you very much for everyone who tuned in throughout today. Thank you to all of our players throughout the entire World Championship. And I, for one, can't wait to have everyone back here doing it all again in 2024.
Yeah.
For the entire Raini Studios team, yeah, just thank you so much for everyone who's supported. A huge shout out to our partners who made the World Championship happen. In particular, Merit Circle, Pentoshi, Beam, the team at Avalanche, obviously the amazing crew at Blue Mint. You guys are all absolute rock stars, and without all of your support, the World Championship wouldn't have happened.
Absolutely. Eternally grateful. Thanks everyone who made this a reality. It was a wild ride, and yeah, couldn't be happier with the finish there. That was such an incredible, not just the final match, but the last couple of matches were really amazing. So it was cool to live stream them. Thanks heaps, Marty, for co-hosting with me and making it an exciting time.
Absolute pleasure. So we'll call it there, and yeah. I mean, we'll probably have some big updates for everyone next Tuesday at our regular weekly AMA here on YouTube. So have a great, well, wherever you are in the world, have a great evening. And yeah, thank you to everyone who participated in the World Championships.
Cheers, guys. Have an awesome one.